Listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Call 844-ADD-HELP-5. That's 844-ADD-HELP-5.
Ah, summer in Florida. You know, that fun season of watching the thermostat like a hawk, not to mention your power bills. Keep the AC in and the heat and humidity out with new windows and doors from Renewal by Andersen. Renewal by Andersen delivers custom-designed, energy-saving windows and doors, and that's because their unique Fibrix material combines elegance and resilience, offering double the strength of traditional vinyl. And they offer a seamless experience from design to installation, providing durable windows and doors in Florida that can stand up to Florida's weather. And now through the end of June, buy one window and or patio door and receive one 40% off. Plus 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. And if you're looking for a new career, they're hiring experienced window and door installers. Just go to rbafla.com for complete details. Some restrictions apply. Official partner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. License number CGC 1527613.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-511-3535. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider, 800-511-3535. That's 800-511-3535. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-511-3535.
I'm John Morgan, here to urge you to vote yes on Amendment 3 and legalize the adult use of marijuana. There are a lot of reasons to vote yes on Amendment 3, but let me give you one more good one. Today, too many adults are sitting in our jails simply because they were using marijuana, and that is just wrong. If I was your governor, I would free or parole every person in jail for possession, and then expunge everyone's record. Amendment 3 will put a stop to this and let the cops fight real crime, not fake crime. I'm tired of people being thrown in jail for something that is less harmful than alcohol or opioids. So now let's finish what I started and join me, John Morgan, in voting yes for the people and for Amendment 3.
Vote yes on Amendment 3. Paid political advertisement paid for by Smart and Safe Florida, 1400 Village Square Boulevard, Suite 3, 321, Tallahassee, Florida, 32312.
Imagine you could convert the cash trapped in your home without taking on high-interest debt or the hassle of moving. Well, now you can. Welcome to EasyKnock, the revolutionary solution for homeowners looking to go from equity-rich to cash-rich, all while staying in the home. Why worry about lender approvals? EasyKnock's sale-leaseback solutions allow you to avoid harsh credit score and debt-to-income requirements. Sell your house to EasyKnock for 100% fair market value and then rent it back, getting the cash and flexibility you need. In today's high-interest rate environment, why take on more debt? Turn your home equity into the cash you need to pay down that pesky credit card debt, those lingering student loans, or just to secure your finances. EasyKnock is your answer. Don't let lenders hold you back. Visit EasyKnock.com now and discover how you can convert your home equity today. EasyKnock. It's your home, and now it's your cash. Terms and conditions apply. EasyKnock sale leaseback products are not available in Massachusetts and select states and markets. Purchase price includes a mix of cash and an option.
Look to Orange Buick GMC for your next truck at orangebuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lynch Studios. Why Kaufman and Lynch? Because you deserve better. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM Cocoa Beach, Orlando, an iHeart radio station, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. Someone's going to get offended. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers. You are now listening to The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
That's right, guys. Here we go on a Monday edition of the Jim Colbert Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate that, as we do every single day, and we do have a banger program for you today. We'll get you caught up on what's happening in the world. We'll do that at 3:20 with Woke News, 4 o'clock hour. It's sports with our buddy Brandon Kravitz. Haven't talked to him in a minute. I haven't. Talk about the NBA draft. NHL history could be made tonight. Orlando City Copa Cup. 5 o'clock hour, it's trivia. 6 o'clock, we'll end it up with Ray Trindley. You heard it here first. Of course, your calls, texts, and talkbacks all day long. Welcome to the program. I am Jim. To my left, my lovely and very dangerous co-host, Ms. Deb Roberts.
Hello there.
Straight ahead producer Jack Bradshaw.
Good afternoon.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Find us easily on social, Instagram and Facebook at The Jim Colbert Show. On Twitter, just at Jim Colbert Show. And, of course, all day, every day, at JimColbertLive.com. That's where you can click through and check us out on our YouTube feed. Just go to JimColbertLive.com, click right through until you get there and watch us do our thing.
Welcome back.
It's good to be back. How you guys doing? Everything good?
Oh, I'm extra happy right now. Extra happy right now. You are a sight for sore eyes.
How did it go last week? Everything all good?
It was great.
It was great.
All of our celebrity guests, which we appreciate greatly. Thank you so much. One of the many reasons I need to get thank you cards and actually act like a professional and an adult and send these people thank you cards. I text Daniel, and not TC, just Daniel. He's the adult of that crew. I don't know if you know that. Text him to let him know how much I appreciate it. He texted me first, actually, thanking me for the opportunity to get in here and do that thing. That was you guys' suggestion, though. I never even thought about those guys. I never do. I'm joking.
I got to hang with them on Saturday. They had their 10th anniversary special beer released at the
10th anniversary of them being a podcast?
No, 10th anniversary of a corporate time being on the air.
Got it. Yeah.
Here on Real Radio.
Yeah. I definitely needed to hear that.
Weeknights at 7. You
definitely needed to hear that was 10 years old. Thanks, Jack. Appreciate that.
Hourglass Brewing in Longwood. I was there. It was a great turnout. Played trivia, had a beer. It was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little Waco Daco.
Yeah. Did anybody get shot the day after their event? I mean, remember, because they had that event at that place out in Sanford.
Oh,
if you remember, like the next day or like that next weekend, there was like a major shooting. So
they weren't trying to pin that on them, were they?
No, they weren't. I did. That was my thing. I tried to do that. All right.
I think all is quiet in Longwood, Jim.
All right, very good. All right, 407.
Winter Springs, though.
916-104.
The question is really, Jim, where you went on vacation, if that's going to start burning, because something we realized when you were away.
Yep.
Ross honeymoons
in Lahaina, Hawaii, and as soon as they get back, it erupts in wildfire. And then Jack and NaomiBradshaw.com, where did they just get back from, Jimmy?
2 months ago.
Oh, out west.
Ruidoso.
Ruidoso, New Mexico.
That's right.
Wildfires, they had to evacuate.
Are you serious?
All 8,000 people.
Unbelievable, really? Yeah. I got to tell you guys, my vacation is this. I could have easily sat in my studio for 7 straight days without looking at the news, and that would have been my vacation.
Yeah, but you wanted a different view.
Easily could have sat there and just had that be my vacation, not paying attention to what happens daily across this globe of ours. It can be taxing at times reading those things.
Oh, it can. I mean,
it was really nice not to have to do that.
Literally everywhere they just visited, like that whole loop that they drove in New Mexico has gone on fire.
Yeah. Well, I went to the Carolinas, so I hope that starting in Savannah, Georgia, it did not catch on fire and go up the coast, because we did 2 nights in Savannah, 2 nights in Charlotte, North Carolina, and then 2 nights in Greensboro, North Carolina. And no, I'm not crazy. I did spend 2 nights in Greensboro, North Carolina. That was voluntary, by the way. I wasn't held hostage. Nothing like that happened.
Did you buy a dresser or a rocking chair?
I tell you, we bought everything but furniture because one of the things we like to do is we like to go like antiquing and thrifting. And I know that couldn't sound more old or white. I get it. But we enjoy that. I like to treasure hunt. It's kind of in my blood, and that's why I like going in these places.
That's how my brother and sister-in-law pay for their vacations.
Yeah, well, we didn't do so bad.
eBay sells.
We didn't do so bad. I will tell you this, though. We went into a casino outside of Charlotte, North Carolina, that was in modules.
What?
It was in modules.
What?
They hadn't built
They're building the casino.
building a casino, but for right now, it's basically like where you would go for second grade art class.
And this is how we're
except for
going to
slot
pay
machines.
for it.
Right, exactly. That's exactly it. We hit those slots for like a bunch. I'm not going to say how much. We did okay.
Oh,
We paid for one leg. My wife paid for one leg of our trip with slot wins, and she was due AF. Because let me tell you, the slots have been wiping her out the last couple of times. We took due advantage. We were in this place till 3 o'clock in the morning. I've never felt shadier in my life. And literally never felt. Imagine a burned out Stuckey's having a casino inside. That's what it was like. I mean, it was really interesting.
Savannah is such a Savannah's a destination.
It's great
in and of itself.
Buddy, let me tell you.
However, it's also for where we live. It is such a nice
hop and a skip
stopping point for like you do part of your trip there. It's like 4 hours. You're there.
Yep.
Maybe a couple days there, and then you continue on, and you just broke up that drive in half. If you're going to North Carolina, we did it coming back from North Carolina. The last time we drove, we stopped in Savannah for a weekend.
It's basically the moon of interstellar travel.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, you stop
absolutely.
there, get a rest up. Yeah. But man, the food, God,
next level.
Listen, man, listen. If you go to Savannah, Georgia, go to a place called, oh God, am I going to be able to remember this?
The Pink House.
No, it's not, but that is one.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the old Pink House is really, really, really
good.
This one's called, now I'm drawing a complete blank. I'll think of it here in a second.
A Common Thread?
Common Thread, that's it.
Oh, there you go.
Did I tell you that one time and you remembered it?
No, I just remembered. I just know stuff.
Yeah, Common Thread is the place.
Check out the memory.
You did
you
mention
go there?
it before.
Oh.
No, I have not been,
Holy
but you mentioned it earlier.
ass. And let me tell you something. What I did realize, we are getting it stuck in our face for food costs in this city. Let me tell you, man, I went up there and ate at James Beard restaurants for a third of the price I could eat at a chain restaurant in the city.
No way.
Amazing. We went to I had a meal so good that I laughed 3 times while taking a bite because it was so puzzling how they got that flavor out of that thing. And it was with 2 drinks each under like right at $150.
Wow.
For a next level dining experience.
I should know where this is, but I have not eaten there yet.
It would have been double in this city. It is amazing. Same thing happened up in the Carolinas. We just ate so inexpensively compared to, and we're talking about, again, these are all nominated restaurants. We're not eating it like Stuckey's or Waffle House or Huddle House.
Keep talking Stuckey's, and before you know it, you'll be driving to one on your way
Right,
home.
Exactly. But man, it was a cool experience. A lot of road time, which we love.
Yeah.
I don't think we listened to one song. We listened to a book on the way home, and I'll tell you, I got pissed off.
Yeah.
At the book?
I told my book. I told my wife. I
told my book.
I said, put on a murder mystery because we left at like 5 a.m. I said, put on like a murder mystery book and I'll just listen to that and drive. You can sleep, do whatever, right? Because my wife doesn't sleep very much. So she put this murder mystery on, and we're like 3/4 through this thing, and I never even thought, she woke up and said, hey, look up the people who are in this thing. I want to see what they look like. It was fiction. The entire time I'm riveted to this story, not realizing, shut up, Jack. Just shut up. Just shut up. That's how hard I left it myself, by the way, what you're doing right now. And my wife.
You should have known when it was so good.
And even worse, and you're right, it was riveting. And even worse, but the lead character of this thing is called Lucy, and they made a comment about this girl being like, really good looking. I said, baby, look at let's see what this girl looks like. And she goes, it's Jimmy. This is fiction. And I'm like, what? I said, I thought I was enthralled with this story. And I said, now I want to know. I want all these people to be real. And like 2 of them are murderers. And I'm like, I want all these people to be real. They're very interesting. Felt like a complete ass. But let me tell you, if you want to blow some driving time away,
books on tape are the best.
Download a book, dude. That is life. That book on tape thing is no joke. If you drive around, like all the trucker friends that we have out there, Solomon and those guys that drive around, I would be a straight up English professor at the end of 3 weeks of work, man. That is the way to go.
Ixnay on recommending alternate listening, eh?
Yeah. Come on now, dude.
That's right after you listen to our show, of course.
Yeah.
All right, 407-916-1041. I did have another experience today I kind of wanted to talk about. We can go over this a bit later, too, if you want. come home. Dog is my dog. We have for people who are just tuning in, whatever, we have a Shorkie named Sadie. She's the sweetest thing you ever saw in your life, 10 pounds. More Shih Tzu than anything, really. There's no Yorkie in her. I mean, there's really no discerning Yorkie about her. Her dad was just a Yorkie, and that was it. I mean, she looks exactly like a full-blood Shih Tzu, and she's the sweetest thing you could ever imagine. She's like a living mop. And we walked into the house, and we noticed that she was, kind of gnawing on her tail a little bit. So she had gnawed like a little hole in her tail from itching it, and it got infected. So she had a little sore back there, and it stunk a little bit. It makes you a little nervous, and sort of stink. And I'm like, let's take her to the vet. Man, I got to tell you, did you guys know, or have you had an experience with your vet that I've never experienced this before? And this is only the second time we've used this vet. And this is not a slam. I've not experienced this because a business is business, and you got to do what you got to do. But man, I got upsold hard today with my vet.
Yeah, no, I don't like that.
Like upsold hard. Yeah. Like I went in and they immediately said, hey, we can treat this with antibiotics and a shot because it seems like she's having an allergic reaction to something, which is causing her to chew and itch. I said, there's no question. We moved into this place. Something is different. It didn't work with her. She's scratching and itching more than she ever did before. She goes, well, we can do this, and this pill. And then she stops and goes, and there's another treatment that could help out your little girl. And I went, oh, okay. I mean, it didn't feel like a pitch at first.
Right.
And then she goes, well, we put this gel on her tail in the area where the thing is, and then we activate it with a light. I'm like, what? Activate it with a light? Like, is this like a tooth whitening thing? Right. She goes, no, it helps the cells regenerate around the sore. It'll get your baby back to healthy better, and your little girl will be playing with you again in no time.
Oh,
I'm
Psychology
like,
101.
Hold on now. Hold on with the magic light gel.
I wonder if they get a script for that.
Man.
I know.
I was like, hold on with the magic light gel, guys. The light gel, that's it. Look, you had me in antibiotics. I got that. You had me at the other one. You got that. But when you hit me with the activated light gel for the wound to heal faster because my baby girl can play with me more, it felt a little more than veterinary at that point.
Oh, yeah.
So I thought the same thing when I started seeing my past vet was talking about laser therapy and acupuncture. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. And then I come in and Deb's like, this labor therapy is no joke.
I'm telling you what,
See?
man.
That's the same thing I told
you.
when my son's dog's knee got hurt. That's the first thing I mentioned. But look, man, this just feels like I'm buying a condo.
So actually,
or like a timeshare or something. It kind of felt very timeshare-y.
There's an article in the Times over the weekend, and it talks about more and more corporate ownership of local vets, and where vets are on the payroll, and they are encouraged to keep their prices up and get a.
Oh, they got a quote to make, huh?
A quota yeah, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah. And you're seeing some vets leave the industry because of the reason, but.
And I got to tell you why that's a little sneaky, because a lot of these places are very hometown. The place we're in is a very small hometown kind of mom and pop vet that you would think that would be kind of oblivious to that kind of thing, but nah.
But see, they may be, but the vet I used to go to, I later found out was purchased by a company out of Baltimore.
Oh, really?
And I noticed the past few times it was always like, and we can do this, and we can, and the prices. It was, you're used to a couple hundred, and now you're hitting 500, and now it's 750. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, and then they do this. Right, you're right. Pump the brakes, right? Then they do this. Oh, and you said the magic word. We can do this.
Yeah.
We could do this. I'm like, well, does the doctor recommend it? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Big Daddy. The doctor does recommend it. Do you have that card ready? Do you have that card number ready?
Yeah.
What's the expiration date there? You got it, buddy. And as soon as I'm saying thank you, they're already hung up on me.
Yeah.
They already get that laser. Because
money. If you're saying no, doesn't mean I don't love my pet.
Exactly. That's what they framed it like. Anyway. All right, 407-916-1041, Deb News.
Bear Warriors United is raising money to sue Florida over a new law. Volusia County Police increased the reward in a 1994 cold case, and a Lake County home to be featured in a documentary.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk about that and more coming up next during Woke News.
You got it. All right, 407-916-1041. Back with Deb's News and more of the Jim Colbert Show.
This is Real Radio 104.1. Online at realradio.fm. On your phone with the free iHeartRadio app. And on your smart speaker. Alexa, play Real Radio 104.1 on iHeartRadio.
It would be my pleasure.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Traffic heavy this afternoon on I-4, both east and westbound in the Orlando area by the major attractions exits. No problems or delays to report at this time for those who need to take the Beach Line or the Greenway. Things are also moving well east and westbound on the 408. If you see traffic problems, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And with My Lowe's Rewards, your savings just keep coming with member-only offers. Learn more about their new loyalty program at Lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards. Subject to terms and conditions. See Lowes.com/terms for details.
This earful of real radio is brought to you by JustCallMo.com. Injured on the go? JustCallMo.com.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas. September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Don't miss.
Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Gwen Stefani, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet,
and more.
Get tickets to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, right now, before they sell out.
At AXS.com.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most: attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day. But when we're driving, cooking, and working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
You met with the stable boy despite your father's orders. He hoisted you onto the saddle and you wrapped your arms around him, embracing his silent strength. He lay you down amongst the wildflowers. You experienced love like never before while you were buying dish soap. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover heart-stopping romance titles on Audible.
Homeowners, are you dreaming of financial freedom? Welcome to EasyKnock, your home equity converted into cash effortlessly. Convert the value of your home without the hassle of lender qualifications. That's right, no credit score or debt-to-income requirements. Just the money you need when you need it. Sell your house to EasyKnock for 100% fair market value and then rent it back, getting the cash and flexibility you need. That's right, 100% of fair market value and you get to stay where you are. No moving boxes, no goodbyes to neighbors, just the home you love with the financial freedom you've always dreamed of. No leaving behind your cherished memories, no moving headaches. With EasyKnock, you keep living in the home you love. Why wait? Join thousands of EasyKnock satisfied customers nationwide who've converted their equity into opportunity. Visit EasyKnock.com today and step into a brighter, financially secure tomorrow. Terms and conditions apply. EasyKnock sale leaseback products are not available in Massachusetts and select states and markets. Purchase price includes a mix of cash and an option.
Sunnyside Air Conditioning.
Oh, hi. My air conditioner is blowing hot.
For air conditioners making a funny noise, press 1.
No, it's...
Try to listen to the whole message before making a selection.
Sorry.
For air conditioners blowing cold, but not quite cold enough, press 2.
No, it's blowing hot.
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Well, can we speed this up?
Don't get grumpy with me, or I'll take you back to the main menu.
No, anything but that. Please don't send me back to the main menu.
Fine, but I'm watching you.
Bet if I'd called Frank Gay, I'd already be getting my problem solved.
But you didn't call Frank Gay. So, what do we do now?
I'm calling Frank Gay.
When your air conditioner is blowing hot, you need a solution now. A helpful operator to guide you, all your options explained, and your problem fixed fast. That's the Frank Gay way.
If you're ready to pull your hair out, press 7.
Ah! That's the Frank Gay way. FrankGayServices.com.
Zero Foxtrot isn't just a brand, it's a way of life. Founded and operated by veterans, Zero Foxtrot's unique apparel and gear echoes the grit of the warrior culture. Zero Foxtrot dedicates itself to producing content, honoring the sacrifices of forgotten heroes of the past, and connecting history to the present. Embark on a journey with Zero Foxtrot today at ZeroFoxtrot.com. It's not merely our products, it's about the ethos that we embody. Rugged, resilient, and timeless.
When life spells heartburn, how do you spell relief? ROLAIDS.
What about when life spells fried chicken?
ROLAIDS.
Fourth cup of coffee?
Still ROLAIDS.
Extra cheesy pizza?
Rolaids always spells relief. Rolaids' powerful dual-active formula begins neutralizing acid on contact to fight your heartburn fast. So, when life spells heartburn, Rolaids spells relief. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Season 2 of the hit podcast, The Idaho Massacre, explores the aftermath of violence at the University of Idaho that left 4 families mourning and a 28-year-old doctoral student charged. But did his study of criminology play a part in the crime?
Of course, Brian Kohberger's defense team is going to say he's not guilty. That's the only thing they can say. They can't say anything else, so they have to say this.
Listen to The Idaho Massacre on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search The Idaho Massacre.
In this week's Marketers Report, Angela Zapata, CMO Hyundai Motor America, discusses measuring audio.
The measurement capability within audio, I think, surprised all of us. We have seen a huge return on our investment. Seeing real numbers has helped us continue to invest.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the data, audiences, and influencers you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Want more from the Jim Colbert Show? Online at JimColbertLive.com.
Hey Jim, not sure if you got my email about the Machete restaurant in Greensboro, but if you did and you went, I'd love to hear about it.
I did, dude. It was amazing. It was amazing. There's no other way to say it. It was amazing. And for the price, probably the best next level meal I've had for the number ever.
Wow.
Under $200 to eat with cocktails at a James Beard nominated restaurant. And it was fantastic. I pulled the manager aside and had about a 3-minute conversation about, my past, where I've been, what I've eaten, who I've eaten with, and things of that nature.
You know who I am.
Not quite there, but not far from it, Jack. And just let him know this was just an ethereal experience from bite one. It was amazing.
Really?
Yeah, just unbelievable.
Machete?
Machete. And
Yeah.
and we walked from there to the venue to see Shane Gillis. It was right around the corner. Simply amazing.
Oh, very
place.
cool.
Yeah. If you're ever in Greensboro, you have to go to Machete. It's simply amazing. Just amazing. And it's a tapas-style thing, so you got to be careful there. Smaller plates, you order a bunch of them, enjoy yourself, knock yourself out. All right, 407-916-1041. By the way, that was a talkback. If you want to leave one of those, just get the iHeartRadio app, go to Real Radio once you get it, and use that microphone to send your comment on to Jack. All right, let's get some news. Here's Deb.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
And now, it's time for Woke News. It seems like kind of a misuse of the whole woke on the Jim Colbert Show.
Too bad. Woke News is brought to you by that mortgage guy, Don. All right, there's a new commissioner taking over Orlando's District 5 seat. Shaniqua Rose was sworn in as interim city commissioner earlier this morning after winning a special runoff election last week.
This is a moment of immense pride and responsibility for me, and it would not have been possible without the unwavering support of everyone in this room. It is clear that our community is ready for change, ready for progress, and ready to see District 5 reach its full potential.
After taking her oath, Rose thanked the community for entrusting her with the honor of serving them. The seat became vacant after Regina Hill was arrested and suspended by Governor Ron DeSantis earlier this year. She's accused of taking advantage of a 96-year-old woman living within the district. Rose will hold the position until Hill's term runs out in 2026. All right, the city of Orlando could take action to stop drivers speeding through school zones. The city council is meeting today to discuss installing cameras near almost 24 schools. Those exceeding the speed limit by 10 miles an hour or more would be fined at least $100.
Yep.
65% of the money would go to the city and 20% would go to the state. A city official says these cameras can reduce traffic deaths by at least 20%.
I always wonder what the state VIG was.
Yeah, actually, I always wonder what the company VIG was for that maintains and runs those cameras.
Yeah,
and
right,
I don't know, does that come out of the city's portion of that?
Well, it's going to be a contract with them, and then everything else is separate then, right?
And then do they store the photos? Do they store the videos so that if they can go back and see a driver breaking the law?
Please, God, just say no. I don't need that drama in my life.
Like with red light cameras, I thought the company, based on how much was generated, they got a portion of that.
I believe they did. All right, in your neck of the woods, see how I did that? Mm-hmm. Jackie Group in Seminole County is raising money to challenge what it calls a horrible bill. Bear Warriors United in Oviedo is planning to sue the state over House Bill 87. You'll remember that. It would allow Floridians to shoot a black bear on their property if they or their property are threatened. Governor Ron DeSantis announced Friday he signed the bill into law. Bear Warriors United announced yesterday it has raised over $6,000 since Friday. Its goal is $50,000.
Yeah. I don't understand this because so is there a point where you're going to encounter a bear and go, you know what, there's no law for this, so I guess I'll just get mauled? I mean, you're always going to do that. In other words, the natural instinct, if a bear is attacking you or it looks like it's going to attack you, you're going to defend yourself. Do you need a law to tell you to defend yourself against a wild animal or leave it alone when it's not bothering you?
And should there be a law saying you could kill a bear for going in your trash can?
Yeah.
Because it says property.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's just because it's on your property. I mean, out there in the Wekiva area, out there by the Wekiva River, like in Longwood, right, not far from here. I mean, bears are common. Yeah. You see them all the time. Like if you follow any of the news people from Fox 35, it's like a bi-weekly existence that they have bear photos on their Facebook page.
Well, I mean,
you don't need to shoot the damn thing because it's trying to eat.
Well, the other issue too is where else are they going to go? I mean, everywhere you drive in Central Florida, it's one tree stand that's just going down left and right.
Just paintball them.
All right, along with a private vigil and lantern launch at 1:22 a.m., that's the time Surfside's Champlain Towers South collapsed. A public memorial was held this morning. Rachel Spiegel lost her mother, Judy, on June 24th, 2021, and waits for the results of the federal investigation into what went wrong.
I want the answers just to know. It's not going to change the outcome, but I think in terms of closure as to why, like how this could happen.
Yeah, she hopes building code changes can be a positive from the tragedy. She believes a memorial to the victims near the collapse site, which is under redevelopment, will be an important place to bring comfort to those who continue to grieve. And that was one of those stories that just haunted me. I dreamt about Surfside it was terrible.
I mean, it's like the sinkhole opening up kind of thing. You would never expect that your building could collapse on top of you.
Yeah, I mean, when
you're in the safety of your bed.
Yeah, exactly.
Your bed, that's the safest place you'd have.
In a luxury building.
Yeah, these were not, I mean, the ground level one bedroom condo in this thing was over $600,000. Remember, they found over $1 million in cash in the collapse site because of all the safes that people had in their homes. And of course, how do you divvy that up?
Yeah.
All right, a convicted Orange County killer is heading back to death row. A judge decided to sentence Bestman Okafor to death earlier this morning. Okafor was found guilty in the 2012 killing of 19-year-old Alex Zaldivar, who was supposed to testify against the suspect in a home invasion case the very next day. The original penalty was overturned due to changes to a state law. A mistrial in Okafor's first resentencing was issued late last year before a jury recommended he be put to death during a second trial about 6 months ago. Do you remember the mistrial was declared when the jurors said, hell no, I'm not staying?
Yeah. 10 years. It's been 10 years.
10 years.
10 years.
Bestman's defense attorney is planning to file an appeal.
Yeah, of course.
But, of course, that's just part of the death row process.
I'm just glad we're not paying for this. Could you imagine?
All right. The reward money is going up and going up a lot for critical information in a 30-year-old cold case in Central Florida.
Yeah, I saw this today, but I couldn't figure out why all of a sudden the new interest.
Well, she had just recently, I believe, been identified. Wait, no, that's not the case. That's a different case in Volusia County. Well, Volusia County Police are now offering $100,000 for anyone who can help in the conviction of Laura Lee Spears' killer. Spear was killed in 1994 after she got off her school bus from DeLand High School to head home. Authorities say she was shot execution style before her body was discovered behind a burned abandoned building about a quarter of a mile from her home.
Wow.
A death row inmate was accused of Spears' murder, but prosecutors eventually dropped the charges due to a lack of evidence. And Sheriff Chitwood had announced this on social media because he announced the reward increase on the day after she would have been 46 years old.
Damn.
Yeah, exactly. So they say that they knew a bunch of people were hanging out at this abandoned house shooting guns, but that's really all that they know right now. So they really need the community's help. A deadly shooting in Florida has claimed the life of a rapper who went by the stage name Julio Fulio.
Okay.
Tampa police spokesperson Jonay Lewis says investigators are still trying to put the pieces together after it happened outside of a local Holiday Inn early Sunday morning.
Officers are still here. There are a lot of officers at this point. We are reviewing video that's available. We're trying to interview people that were out here to figure out exactly what led up to that shooting and the cars being shot at here in this parking lot.
Yeah, the 26-year-old, whose real name was Charles Jones, was reportedly ambushed in the hotel parking lot where he was celebrating his 26th birthday over the weekend, having survived 2 previous hits on him in the last 3 years.
Yeah. That's exactly what you do when that happens, is you tell everybody exactly where you are. Did you see the windshield?
I did not, but I know that he had started his evening at an Airbnb, but then was asked to leave because of the amount of people at the residence. So that's when he rented the inn or the room at the Holiday Inn and was ambushed in the parking lot.
Yeah, man, they filled that windshield up.
Yeah.
He must have been driving because there must have been 10 or 12 shots right there where it was.
Yeah, so 3 others were hurt and taken to the hospital. They're in stable condition. No arrests have been announced. Apparently, he was a pretty prominent rapper from Jacksonville. Okay, the return of Boeing's Starliner spacecraft has been pushed back once again. Over the weekend, officials...
Oh, how lucky, man.
Over the weekend, officials decided to extend the crew's stay at the International Space Station in order to do more testing and analysis.
People dream about being able to be on the International Space Station.
They don't dream about being stuck there. That's for damn sure.
These cats were supposed to go for a couple days, and they're going to be there like for years.
Oh, I hope they hit them with an invoice. By the way, your extra stay is another $400,000.
Well, they're doing more testing and analysis on helium leaks and thruster issues the Starliner has experienced. But don't worry, former astronaut Jose Hernandez tells Fox News not to worry.
There's enough food there. There's enough food in contingency for months on end. So air, water, and food is not an issue. It's just a matter of let's get this thing right, and we'll get them down sooner or later.
Yeah, it's the sooner or later part that bothered me there. A return date hasn't been set, but it will likely not be until at least sometime in July, maybe the first couple of weeks. Officials say Starliner Commander Barry Butch Wilmore and co-pilot Sunita Williams are not stranded in orbit, and they're cleared to undock from the ISS at any time if needed. Reports say NASA and Boeing officials still allowed the Starliner to launch earlier this month while knowing about the helium leak because they determined it was too small to pose a safety risk.
There you go.
What? They got duct tape up there, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Everybody should have the handyman's best friend.
You got it.
All right, other launch news. The world's most advanced weather satellite is getting ready for its next mission from Florida's Space Coast. NOAA is preparing its GOES-U satellite in Titusville ahead of tomorrow's planned launch. The technology will join a network of technology used to track hurricanes in the Atlantic Ocean and space weather as well. I think the GOES-R is the one that we're working with right now. National Weather Service Director Ken Graham says the satellite will allow experts to collect new data every 30 minutes instead of every 8 hours. So think of when you're tracking a storm. And
that's incredible.
That's an incredible difference. Liftoff is set for just before 5 p.m. tomorrow. And Jimmy, don't feel left out.
Yeah.
Because
how many did they send up while I was gone?
SpaceX is celebrating 2 more successful launches.
They've been waiting for you.
They waited for you, Jimmy, because they successfully launched a Falcon 9 rocket yesterday from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, carrying 22 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit. Oh, but that's not all.
God, they're going to need an express lane to that launch thing soon.
They knew you were coming home, so they said, double it, boys.
Yeah.
So the company also launched another 20 Starlink satellites from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California.
Okay.
Satellites, of course, designed to help spread high-speed internet around the world and wear on Jimmy's last nerve.
Do we know, and I'm kind of being serious here, do we really know where they are on this? Like how many more? Because
I don't know.
The total amount was like a few thousand of these things,
I thought it was
right?
5,000.
I thought it was like 3,500. I heard in the 3,000 range of how many of these satellites they wanted up there to make that work optimally.
Well, we do have folks who work at SpaceX who text us at 77031. Maybe they can let us know. Now, it's do or die for the Florida Panthers.
How many in orbit? You ready? You take a guess?
There's got to be over 2,000 in orbit now, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
5,000?
And you're closer to actually 6,078.
Damn. Yep.
Amen.
Everywhere we go.
People in the Congo got to have Peppa Pig, too.
Only 6,006 are working. So 72 on the blink.
I know where those others are. They're right over Geneva.
All right, it's do or die for the Florida Panthers and Sunrise tonight in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. Coach Paul Maurice says even though the Oilers battled back from a 3-0 deficit, they start tonight with a clean slate.
It's a new day. It's a new game. And, we're going to come out with our best that game.
If the comeback Cats pull it out, they'll hoist their first ever Stanley Cup in franchise history. If they lose, they become just the second team to ever lose the cup after taking a 3-0 lead.
Man.
Puck drops at 8 o'clock tonight, and of course, if they win, they'll get some Canadian whiskey. If they lose, the governor will be sending some Florida rum.
There you go.
Let's go Panthers.
Yeah. Other sports notes from around the Sunshine State. The Florida Gators are adding the world's tallest teenager to their men's basketball roster. Canadian center Olivier Rio is part of the Gators' incoming freshman class for the upcoming season. The 18-year-old, his poor mother. This 18-year-old is 7'9" tall and has been named by Guinness World Records as the tallest living teenager. That could make him the tallest college basketball player ever. An honor which is currently held by 7'8" Paul Sturgis, who played at Florida Tech.
Yeah.
I don't think he was that big when he was born. I think his mother probably.
Let me. I did a little.
But still,
I read a little on this guy today. How tall do you think he was at 8 years old? At 8 years old.
5 foot.
6 feet.
6'1".
No.
He was 6 feet 1 inches tall at 8 years old. In other words, in the second grade, he could dunk on his teacher. When he was, I believe he was 7'1" at 16.
Wow. Yeah, unbelievable. He just stands at the basket and just puts the ball in.
So he doesn't have to jump. He can dunk without leaving. And Jack and I were talking about this a little bit today, and it's odd. I watched the high school highlights. When the ball got passed to him and he scored, the crowd would laugh. Because when he got the ball and the other players were trying to defend him, it was like me playing against my kids when they were 5. That's what it looks like.
He just hold the ball out over their head.
He just holds it up in the air. They can't jump that high, and he just kind of throws it in the basket. It's kind of odd. It's kind of weird. Watch that. I mean, you go out there and find that on YouTube. Watch that video. It's crazy.
7'9" is odd.
Oh yeah.
All right, a home in Lake County that became famous around the world is going to be the subject of a documentary. Lionel Montel's film, Starry Fight, will highlight the story of Mount Dora's Van Gogh house. The house is painted like Van Gogh's Starry Night because the owner has an autistic son who likes Van Gogh, and she wanted him to be able to easily recognize it if he ever got lost. But that paint job, as you remember, if you do, led to a fight with the city 6 years ago before a settlement was reached. Montel says the story is so unique that it created the perfect storm, and he hopes his film will serve a greater purpose. He tells News 6 he wants the house to symbolize autism or at least raise awareness for autism. And art filming will begin tomorrow. And then finally, Jack, speaking of houses, the New Jersey Mob House featured on The Sopranos is up for sale.
25th anniversary.
It's the home featured in the scene where Tony Soprano gets shot by Uncle Junior. While the
spoiler alert.
While the episode depicts the house to be in Belleville, it's actually on Highland Avenue in the Forest Hills section in Newark.
Is that nice, Sean?
The asking price is a mere...
I don't know anything about the place. The house wasn't that... I don't remember it being that... I'll go $850,000.
$850,000?
Yeah.
I'll go $1.2 million.
Should have flipped those numbers, Jimmy. $580,000.
Wow,
That's it.
Damn, that's not bad at all.
Not bad. And then he charged $20 a tour.
He's a crime boss who led a modest life.
Yeah, he did. He did.
That's how they get busted.
Junior was the smartest crime boss.
Right. Oh, it's Junior's house.
Yeah, it's Junior's house.
Yeah.
I was thinking Tony's house.
Yeah.
No, this is Junior's house where he shot Tony.
Oh, yeah, that was a shack.
Yeah, it's a little bitty place.
Got his hand stuck in the garboo. True story.
For $580,000, you can get
bad.
your hand stuck in the gaboo as well. And now you all are officially woke.
Thanks, Deb. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. I had a change of heart on this trip, and I think it may be settling in. I want to find out if anybody else has had this experience. We'll do that next.
Real Radio is on Facebook at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
Hey, Central Florida. I'm Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Jessica Dobson, and we're gearing up for a hot Monday. Afternoon high temperatures will be approaching the mid-90s throughout this afternoon, with a high of 93 degrees today in Orlando and a heat index of 105. There's about a 60% chance of some scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms. These will likely get going close to lunchtime today before growing a bit more widespread over the course of the afternoon. From the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Jessica Dobson.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Does every mother count? Because not every mother survives. Last year, in the U.S. alone, 1,200 moms died from complications of pregnancy and childbirth, and the risk of dying is 3 times greater for Black women in the U.S. compared to white women, making the U.S. one of the most dangerous high-resource countries in the world to give birth. Join Every Mother Counts at everymothercounts.org to help ensure that everyone has timely access to quality, respectful, and equitable maternity care. If we all come together, we can ensure that every mother really does count.
I'm John Morgan, here to urge you to vote yes on Amendment 3 and legalize the adult use of marijuana. I have some experience. I ran 2 previous amendments for medical marijuana and won the second time. All the lies they told last time, they're telling this time. They said pot shops would ruin neighborhoods and churches. Didn't happen. They said children would get it and use it. Didn't happen. Our governor says it's going to cause a stink. Come on, dog. But what did happen is almost 1 million people now have the medical help they need without narcotics and opioids. So now let's finish what I started. Let's do this together and not let the pharmaceutical and liquor industry try and stop us again. The only smell I smell is the stench out of Tallahassee's politicians. Join me, John Morgan, in voting yes for the people and for Amendment 3.
Vote yes on Amendment 3. Paid political advertisement paid for by Smart and Safe Florida, 1400 Village Square Boulevard, Suite 3, 321, Tallahassee, Florida, 32312.
In St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra, it might feel like there's not enough time to take everything in. Because once you're done exploring 42 miles of pristine coast, marveling at historical architecture, and enjoying world-class food, it'll be time to check out and head home. But that's okay. You can always stay just one more day. Visit FloridasHistoricCoast.com to learn more. It's about time.
Business owners, had enough of this yet? Are you just done and ready to retire? Is money tight? Or maybe business is at an all-time high. You have options. Don't just walk away. We can help you sell, retire, and just relax no matter what your situation is. Hi, I'm Andy Cagnetta, and at Transworld Business Advisors, we've been selling businesses for over 40 years. And with offices located around the world, we have thousands of buyers ready to buy your business now. Don't wait until the last minute or try to do it yourself. That is a recipe for disaster. Call for a confidential conversation about your business's current value and how Transworld can maximize your eventual selling price. We will help you win. And in the current climate, you need help to sell your business. Call Transworld at 833-SELL-FLA or visit tworld.com. That's 833-SELL-FLA or visit tworld.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-653-1188. 800-653-1188.
You sailed beyond the horizon in search of an island scrubbed from every map. You battled krakens. You navigated through storms. Your spade struck the lid of a long-lost treasure chest, while you cooked up a lasagna. Ooh. There's more to imagine when you listen. Yarr. Discover best-selling adventure stories on Audible.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-798-3399. That's 800-798-3399. 800-798-3399.
Buy one, get two free at Pyrospot Fireworks. Pyrospot has Florida's largest selection of buy one, get two free fireworks with prices and products that will blow the competition away. Simply use our touch screens to watch videos and design your own incredible fireworks show. Visit our convenient locations in Eustis, Sanford, and Longwood, just 10 miles north of downtown Orlando. Visit iwantfireworks.com for valuable coupons and store location. That's iwantfireworks.com. Buy one, get two free at Pyrospot Fireworks and be a backyard hero.
Experience life now at Orlando Science Center. Life is an all-new exhibit featuring animals and immersive galleries. Meet a sleepy sloth, playful monkey, a baby shark, a curious owl, and more. Learn about issues impacting their habitats and how you can make a difference. Get tickets and more at osc.org.
Miss part of the show? The Jim Colbert Show on Demand. Available on the free iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back, Jimmy. Back in the day, I used to take VHS tapes of TV shows or movies, and I would put them on cassette tape with RCA cables, and then listen to them back and forth to FSU, and especially dialogue movies. And they worked out perfect. Even sound effects were cool. And being stereo was even
better.
It's only 30 seconds.
The irony of him talking about defeating technology by recording movies and listening to them and then running out of time on his talkback. By the way, you could leave a talkback if you'd like. Get the iHeartRadio app. Go to Real Radio once you get it. Use that microphone that you'll see there to send your comment over to Jack. You too can get cut off about halfway through your statement.
Love you, Evil Eye.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb is here.
Hello.
So is Jack.
I am. By the way, with your talkbacks, you can always listen back, and it's one of the great features they added to the talkback, part of the app on the iHeart app is you listen back, make sure it sounds like you want it to sound on the air, and then send it our way.
And something even better. It's like right now you can try to win 2 tickets to go see the Eagles at the Sphere in Las Vegas if you're on that iHeartRadio app.
So I was listening over the week.
Take me.
By the way, thanks for doing that while I was gone.
Yeah.
You sons of bitches.
Well,
How dare
you can't win, Hot Shot.
I know, but it doesn't matter. I'm like, okay, I'll leave. It's, Orlando City versus like 2 guys in a bear suit. That's what I'm giving away. And then when I leave, it's like, Eagles in the most amazing place that you could ever see the Eagles.
So we're doing it for a whole nother week until Sunday is the deadline for anyone listening to Real Radio on the iHeart app. It pops up almost immediately. I was using it and it popped up, and I was like,
Oh,
click
you
to
tempted?
enter. And I'm like, I want to
Were
enter.
you tempted?
But I think it'll be worse if I enter, I win, and then can't accept the prize. That would be worse.
Well, you've got kids.
Yeah, and you can't even give it to anybody. I mean, we can't even get involved.
No.
I don't even want to talk about it now.
I know.
But
So,
you can win.
You can win the Eagles,
Yeah.
Vegas,
Yeah.
Sphere, helicopter ride.
One of you worthless sons of bitches can win it. Helicopter ride.
Oh, yeah, they give you a helicopter ride, too.
No way.
And Don Henley flies a
No,
helicopter.
get out of here. You're stupid.
Damn it, I'm gullible.
No, they legit.
that's the
there
only-
is a helicopter ride.
That's the only part Deb believed. She goes, Henley can chopper ride?
No. Round trip airfare for 2 to Vegas, 2 nights at the Venetian.
Nice.
One $200 gift card for transportation.
Okay.
Damn.
2 VIP tickets to see the Eagles at the Sphere in Vegas.
VIP tickets.
On September 27th. Priority entrance for 2 into the show.
Man.
1 signed to the Limit, the Essential Collection box set.
Jeez.
Exclusive helicopter ride for 2 before the show for winner and guest with Maverick Helicopters. That's valued at $3,500.
I was going to say, I can imagine what this package costs.
The whole thing is provided by Live Nation.
It's got to be 10 grand or more.
Yeah.
Oh, easy.
I mean, the tickets alone probably be 1,500, 2,000 a piece.
Yeah.
and there's
Chopper
VIP
rides,
tickets.
3,500. You get to walk in like a dog.
What's the stay at the Venetian like?
Oh, it's not that bad. Vegas rooms aren't that bad depending on what's in town. But when the professional sports get there, it's going to get, when it fully gets there, basketball, everything, it's going to be bananas to get us a room. It's already, but there's so many choices. The Venetian is probably, anywhere from $280 to, $350 a night or something like that. Not
So
awful,
not
but
cheap.
Not cheap. I mean, not the Bellagio or Encore or any of those places, but still respected if I remember right.
I'll never forget. I just, for me, I don't know. This is how old I am. A hotel room, if it was over $100, forget about it, right?
Yeah,
And that's
I'm not far
twice
from
I
that,
heard
buddy.
Jimmy said not bad at a room that's
I
$240 or
know,
more.
I know.
And I'm like, oh, wow.
Listen, can I tell you, buddy? When I was booking the rooms for North Carolina,
Yeah.
this is not Seattle. It's not L.A. It's not Austin.
It's not New York.
It's not New York. It's effing North Carolina. The minimum room that second night we were there before I started shopping was like $319. Let me tell you something. I'm with you, Jack. If it's $149,
That's a deal.
if it's $149, I'm like, what do you get there? Do you get a massage? Or do you get a free car for $149 a night? I'm sleeping there, and you can't even check in until 3.
We're going away next weekend, and I was looking at rooms in Pennsylvania, and they were. It's weird because they're like, 2 nights I need a room, and it says, $135 a night, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Total price $700.
Yeah,
I'm like, wait a
exactly. Exactly.
No, wait a minute.
Yeah.
2 nights, $135 a night. That's
State taxes,
$270.
local taxes, county taxes,
How they're-
fee.
It's almost doubling the price.
It is.
It's shocking.
I got my folio today from the place we stayed at in Greensboro. And we stayed at a nice place in Greensboro. But I got the folio for it, and I know what it was at night, and I looked at it, and I just started looking at those fees.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the fees added $110 to my stay. The fees offered $110. I don't even get a free breakfast.
Oh.
No
That's
free
not-
breakfast with that.
That hurts.
That's you stay there, and that's it. And the restaurant attached to the place is supposed to be one of the best places in town, and it is a dump. It is terrible. What a terrible experience.
Really?
Oh, yeah, awful. I said these guys have nailed one part of the dining experience. The setting for this place is amazeballs. Like, it's great. Like, you can't believe how inviting and warm and everything. And then they start bringing the food out. They might as well just should have just brought some Starbucks or something out.
Just overhand threw it at you.
Anything, some Arby's, anything would have been fine, except for what there were. And it was not good. I can't tell you now what happened. I'll have to tell you next break.
By the way, Texter wants to know, how do we enter for the Eagles tickets? It's you listen to us right now, Real Radio, on the iHeartRadio app, the free iHeartRadio app. You just listen, and on your screen, after you listen for a little bit, a little pop-up window says, hey, do you want to enter? You click yes on that. If you want any details, go to our website, realradio.fm/contests. But basically, just listen on the app.
All right.
And you have until Sunday.
Yeah, somebody just said check my prices on the Venetian. I just did. I mean, it's like you can get in there for $177 right now, but $449 on some of the up places. No, and the other thing again, it really does matter. Like when you're in town, that same night where we stayed, I won't tell you what it was. It was over $250, but that night When we stayed that next night, that room was like $190.
Oh.
Like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But if you book on a Friday and Saturday night, Sunday night, get ready. It's doubling. And it doesn't matter where you are. Again, Greensboro, North Carolina. Third biggest city in the state, but it doesn't matter. It's still Greensboro, and it's still North Carolina. And the city we're playing in town when we were there, by the way.
The what?
The city, when we were in Charlotte, Orlando FC was in town.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
Orlando City was in town playing Charlotte. And people were talking about it. Like, Charlotte soccer is a big deal for those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool city.
That's
Terrible
right.
food. Yeah. They were up there because we were like, soccer games in town. And then I saw somebody walking by in a city kit, and I was like, is it Orlando? Sure enough, I looked up. I was like, Orlando's playing FC tonight.
Hot damn. You went all that way to see a soccer game.
I did not see it.
Jimmy won't go here. He'll go there, though.
That's an Uber fan for you.
916-1041. Text us 77031. I do want to share something with you guys that's kind of happened to me, and I can do it. We can bleed out. That's God. I
did
wish
the skin tag get bigger.
It has gotten a little bigger. It has. I've got a glove for it now. It gets cold.
So on Friday we had
I ate with it the other day. It was very uncomfortable.
One of the best of segments was your skin tag segment.
Yeah, was it really?
Yeah. So that's kind of refreshed in everyone's memory.
I got to tie it off, but I can't get to it, so my wife's got to do it because I couldn't do it in a mirror. My God, I'd wind up tying something else.
No.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You got to tie it off with a piece of hair,
pay, right?
Yeah, no, she does not. She wanted to snip it off with a pair of. She goes, "Let me just take some fingernail clippers and snip it off." I'm like, that sounds safe. I mean, nothing's going on back there. I can't see any infection possibilities.
Yeah, no, especially after, cutting your nails.
Sure,
That's always clean underneath there.
But this is what I noticed this weekend, and I don't know if you guys have noticed this at all. Deb, I think maybe you have. Jack actually is going the other way, I think. I'm losing my taste for alcohol.
Oh, that's where we've picked it up from, Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah, you take half, I take half.
Yeah,
exactly. Now I figure it out.
I'm losing my taste for alcohol for some reason, whereas I could sit and drink a number of beers or have cocktails and stuff. Man, I have found that I just don't have the wherewithal to drink a lot of alcohol anymore. Matter of fact, as a rule, like I have really not, like we went to a bunch of nice restaurants this past week and I drink cocktails because that's part of a craft restaurant's kind of
their scene.
It's part of their identity is having a great craft cocktail. And I had some really good cocktails in those places using a bunch of different like spirits, gin and bourbon and rum and, tequila and mezcal. And they were all wonderful. But I couldn't find myself drinking like maybe more than one. I bet I didn't have 8 drinks my entire trip. Not 8 drinks the entire trip. In a week.
On vacation.
Traveling. I bet I didn't have 8.
And you went to Greensboro?
And I went to Greensboro where you need alcohol to survive. Just to make it through. Just to make it through that.
Help me get through
that traffic system of theirs up there is so bad. But I don't know if you guys have experienced this. Jack, you're drinking more than I've ever known you to drink.
You don't know that.
You're
just
enjoying the
assuming.
bourbon. You drink an Entire Barber bourbon.
I mean, you're right, but you don't know that for sure.
And then Deb used to drink a little bit more when we first started the show, but you don't drink as much anymore, do you?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah. I don't think you drink much. Because we don't talk about it as much. You used to tell me how you'd have a whiskey occasionally, and man, I can't remember the last time you've talked about it.
Yeah, I lost my taste for it.
I don't know what's happened to me. I guess I have. And I have so much good bourbon. And I do enjoy drinking good bourbon.
Well, then
the
why
problem
don't you
is
give some of that bad boy away?
I may.
Oh,
I may not.
I just felt Scott Maxwell's ears just perk up. I don't know about you, but I literally felt that.
There he is now. What's he want?
Hey, sweetie.
Yeah, but I have really, really kind of not, especially with beer. Beer's the one I find that I dislike the most now.
Really?
Where I used to love drinking beer after beer after beer. For some reason, I stopped drinking IPAs a while back. I haven't talked to you guys about that, but I haven't had an IPA in a while.
Isn't that just, do you think maybe you craft beered your way out of that scene?
I know Daniel did. Daniel Dennis?
Yeah.
So Daniel is the one that turned me on to craft beer years ago, right? With High Lie and a couple other beers. And Daniel, if I remember right, stopped drinking the big IPAs quite a while back. He just drinks like Miller Lights and light beers now. And I've been drinking Modelo. I like Modelo. I've been drinking it.
Modelo is good.
It's a good beer, but I get them nice and cold. I can have like one, maybe a 1.5, and I'm done.
Get offended. It's just the way the
Like
world
now.
works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and/or.
Go ahead.
All right, 407-916-1041. Back in a second.
No, not yet.
Oh,
not
God
yet.
almighty.
Poor Jack.
Go ahead.
Jesus.
Keep
This
talking. I said go ahead.
This thing is still run with gas?
Yeah. This
No, the
is,
hamster.
Yeah, we're having some issues.
Does this
We're
happen
working
when
on
I'm
it.
not here, by the way?
No, everything was great.
Yeah, thank God. It's already hard enough trying to deal with you not being here. We don't need that on top of it.
How was the Sweeze? I've never worked with Amy.
She brought that up. Amy Sweezy has said that this is now her second time co-hosting with us, and she said, you know what? I think Jim is scared of me.
I have glancing blows with her everywhere we see each other. It's like we're passing in the night. I'm like, hey, Amy. Hey, Jim. And then we move on.
Yeah, she actually ran into Ross. Guess where?
Where?
Beefy King.
Oh, really? I've never worked with Amy. Everybody else, like Slick, and of course Tom and Dan and Scott, we've all kind of worked together plenty. But I've never been in the same room and talked with Amy longer than just a few minutes.
Which is why I told her, the next time I take a day off, that's when you guys should really call on her so that she can come in here and scare you.
Yeah, what is she doing these days? I know that she was working with that growing boulder thing with Mark and those guys for a while, but I don't know if she does that anymore.
She just does freelance work, but she does some with Carnival Cruises, some work with them, but she does public speaking. She did a TEDx Eustis talk, and we actually added that to our website.
TEDx Eustis?
Yeah. I get TEDx, they do different locations, and there's a TEDx Eustis one that they kind of do, I think, on an annual basis.
Really?
You should check it out.
And if you're sorry, if you miss seeing Amy Sweezy in the morning doing weather, she's also filling in this week. You can see her in the morning on Spectrum News 13.
Really?
Yeah, so she's back to the weather duties this week over at Spectrum News.
That was kind of weird. I mean, I don't mean to, kind of get into anything we need to talk about here or anything, but when she left Channel 2, I remember it kind of being an odd thing. Did she talk about when she left or why she left or any of that stuff? I know that people do get burned out on the business. Lauren talked about getting burned out on the business, and I know Tom Sorrells is retiring, and we had a couple other people retiring from the news business here recently. But those guys had long careers. I mean, Lauren was on Channel 6, I think, for like 10 years before she just kind of moved on to something else.
We didn't really touch on that too much because we were more interested in TEDx Eustis. Because
what did she talk about at TEDx Eustis?
Well, the subject for that particular TEDx talk was about reinvention, and so she went in with about 10 minutes at least of material about how she had reinvented herself. But TEDx Eustis is one of those groups where you're not really, from my understanding, allowed to use notes. So it's 10 minutes of memorizing your material. And then she worked with a coach who had an extensive theater background who helped her physical presentation. So it sounded like it was quite an undertaking.
Yeah, Savannah told me when she did her TEDx here in Orlando.
She did a great job, too.
That it was like one of the hardest things she'd ever done because even though it's only like 7, 8, 9 minutes, whatever it is long, you have to have it down.
Yep.
And I think, don't you audition for that to kind of show them that you can do it?
You have to
before they go up there because they really put a lot into that.
They do.
All right, we're way behind because of technical issues. 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031.
This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Seeing some heavy traffic on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area, both east and westbound for those traveling by the major attractions exits and through downtown between the 408 and South Street. No problems to report for those taking the Beach Line or the Greenway. Traffic remains up to speed on Florida's Turnpike. If you run into traffic problems, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Here in Central Florida, it gets hot. I mean, it gets brutally hot. Let me tell you, it is way different hot down here. I was just up north a little bit, not even that far, and it is way more mild. Even though the sun is out, the humidity down here all adds up to misery. And if you don't have a good AC company that you can lean on this summers in Florida, you are going to be in bad shape. For me and plenty of Central Floridians, it's Mills Air. These guys have been doing it for 30-plus years. Let them use that experience to make sure your AC never quits on you. And even better, if it does and you do need a new unit, these guys are Carrier factory authorized dealers. What does that mean? Up to $1,275 in rebates towards a brand new Carrier unit. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier, and you can certainly turn to my friends over at Mills Air. They are awesome people. You're going to love doing business with them. They're family owned and operated, and that's exactly how you get treated. Call them today and book that appointment. It's 407-277-1159. Online, millsair.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you matter. Contact them at whenyounneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM, Cocoa Beach, Orlando, an iHeart radio station, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Experience life now at Orlando Science Center. Life is an all-new exhibit featuring animals and immersive galleries. Meet a sleepy sloth, playful monkey, a baby shark, a curious owl, and more. Learn about issues impacting their habitats and how you can make a difference. Get tickets and more at osc.org.
In this week's Marketers Report, Chris Brandt, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio.
We've used audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Fixing your car or repairing things around your house sure isn't getting any cheaper. And that's why there's Everything Brakes for Home and Auto. For less than $1 a day, get automotive repair coverage with free roadside assistance, free towing, and free rental cars. Add home protection too, and cover major home systems, appliances, and electronics. Bundle Home and Auto and save even more. Call now and qualify for one of our bonus coverages, like 1 year of free car coverage, 1 year of free electronics coverage, or 4 months of free home warranty coverage. There's one number to call and one company handling your claims from start to finish. That's Everything Brakes. Get your free quote today. Call 855-865-SAVE. 855-865-SAVE.
Get it all covered your way, 'cause everything breaks.
Savings vary according to plan, age, or condition of vehicle or home repairs needed. Coverage not available in all states. Service fees, limitations, and exclusions apply. Go to everythingbrakes.com/terms for details. Call 855-865-SAVE. Online at everythingbrakes.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-653-1188. 800-653-1188.
If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This Earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware.
Season 2 of the hit podcast, The Idaho Massacre, explores the aftermath of violence at the University of Idaho that left 4 families mourning and a 28-year-old doctoral student charged. But did his study of criminology play a part in the crime?
Of course, Bryan Kohberger's defense team is going to say he's not guilty. That's the only thing they can say. They can't say anything else, so they have to say this.
Listen to The Idaho Massacre on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search The Idaho Massacre.
For all your windows and doors, go to FASWD.com. That's FASWD.com.
There's only one place to watch this nonsense. At Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Concrete Mike here. Sorry about the background noise. I'm on a turnpike doing 80. I'd like to gripe about hotels. My mom was in Shands Hospital for surgery, brain surgery for her brain tumor. And the first 4 weeks I was up there during this whole process, $150 a night for a hotel. As soon as Gators football started, the same hotel room was $350 a night. So yeah, that burned them down, man.
That's a bit extreme.
A little harsh.
What I don't understand is how that doesn't, we have gouging laws in this state. Of course, I mean, if there's a hurricane or a natural disaster, you can't charge people more money for the materials they need to make it through that. But yet in Daytona and Miami and in this state specifically, if your room can go from $110 a night to $700 a night with a minimum of a 7-night stay, if NASCAR's in town,
Lionel Messi comes to play with Inter Miami.
It is unbelievable.
And then doesn't play.
How they can do that, no problem.
That is
no problem.
Supply and demand and capitalism at its finest.
Well, I mean, theoretically, that would be the same thing with chainsaws during a storm.
No, but that is in a national disaster. That's what the law is, in a time of emergency. It's not an emergency that you go to the Daytona 500.
Oh, it is an emergency for some people, trust me.
Well, yeah.
Trust me when I tell you. I would get you a number of arguments on that if you'd like.
There's a core group of fans, Gator fans as well.
Yeah,
say,
sure.
No, this is, I need this.
Yeah. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. We'll have a short segment here having some technical issues. And, of course, Brandon Kravitz up next here with sports. And there's some crazy stuff going on. I know that Deb covered it a little bit in news, but that NHL game tonight has some pretty big implications. I mean, Florida was up 3.
It's got all of them.
3-0.
3-0, and then they came back. The Oilers came back.
And now you're looking at
Game 7.
Looking at a one and ever situation with the NHL too.
So the pressure is definitely on Florida. This would be their first ever Stanley Cup championship. That's I'm rooting for them just solely for that. But also, if you are down 3-0 and you come back and lose in Game 7, it was good on you. You tried, Edmonton. But if you're up 3-0, and then you lose 4 straight, that's a much more bitter pill to swallow.
Yeah, there is no good story. No good story for Florida if they lose tonight. There's no way to talk your way out of that one or rationalize it.
Yeah.
You're up 3-0. You couldn't pull off one win in 3 games.
So in the negative side, Florida definitely has more pressure on them. In the positive, they're playing on their home ice.
Yeah.
So
has the Yankees thing gotten any better?
Well, no, since 2003 when they lost. No, I'm still.
Well, aren't they leading? Aren't they the best?
They're
in the
doing
right
great.
now?
Oh, they're leading. They're just a little bit of a slump.
Yeah, they've had a rough week.
Yeah.
Would say.
5 games lost 5 games out of 6.
Have you seen that kid?
That's really rare.
Yeah, really?
I think so. For the Yankees, you don't hear about them getting into that.
Have you seen that kid from the Pirates yet?
No.
That Paul Skeens, kid that. Do you know the Olivia? I forget her last name. Olivia Dunn, I think is her name.
Okay, yeah.
She's the gymnast from LSU.
Yes.
Who got mega viral and started setting all kind of NIL earning records as I think either a gymnast or a cheerleader for LSU. I want to say she's a gymnast for LSU. Her boyfriend is this kid Paul Skeens, and Paul Skeens is this 6'6" fire breather from LSU that went to play for the Pirates. And this guy is absolutely going crazy.
Really?
Yeah,
That's good. What did you say her name was again?
Olivia Dunn. Yeah. Dunne there, Pervo. Yeah, she's beautiful. And, I just asked Deb this weekend. I don't know if you guys saw it, but Jack, have you seen the latest viral young lady on social?
No.
It can't be more viral than Prince William dad dancing at Taylor Swift's concert.
It's the most viral thing that was on the internet since I left for vacation.
No.
Damn, he's got big legs.
This is the Hot Tua girl?
No, but Angel mentioned her today, and I was like, wait a second, what's that?
She's got her, I'm going to give you how quickly the internet can change your life.
Okay.
This girl is doing one of these drive-by interviews on the street. There's a bunch of people that do them here in Orlando. You walk by, they ask you some question as you're out for the evening,
right?
And you give an answer. And this young lady, she can't be more than 23, 24 years old.
Hi, Mom.
Yeah, they stop her and her friend, and I don't even really know what the interviewer was asking. Something about first dates or first sex or something. And she said, sometimes you got to go hot Tua on that thing.
Oh.
Right.
All right.
Well, let me tell you.
Yeah, it looks like for the past 4 days, that has been the thing.
Hot Tua girl. There we go.
So let me tell you, that may be the fastest social media thing I've ever seen go from 0 to a girl who had no presence online like this.
Right.
Guess how many? She has her own Instagram thing now, the Hot Tua girl, right?
Oh, yeah, she's also with merchandise.
Right? That happened in 4 days.
Oh, wow.
That happened in 4 days. I don't think, now I'm not 100 on this, but I don't think that girl had any presence online as a content producer. And now she put up on her Instagram account, the Hawk Tuah girl, she put up a picture of her holding a snake at some kind of event or whatever, right? Like a python. It's got 20,000 likes. 5 days ago, this chick was anonymous.
Well, she also on Twitter, her handle's at Hawk Tuah Girl 24.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, just started. This all just happened to her.
Well, she joined January of 2022, but now she's up to 6.2 thousand followers.
Yeah. And this happened in 4 days. She went from a complete nobody knows her, just a regular old country girl walking around, to being an internet sensation in 4 days. You got it?
No, I
thought I did.
Oh, you gotta give him that Hawk Tuah and spit on that thing. You get me?
Yeah. And she says, "You get me?"
What?
Oh yeah,
I was too afraid to play that.
She's a straight up hick. I mean, she starts, "I love you, Pookie." She's doing all the and she's cute, and so so when they stop her and she does this, it's a legitimate experience, and it just goes crazy. I mean, everybody's doing the Hawk Tuah thing. There are people doing Hawk Tuah stand up jokes this weekend. Unbelievable.
Is Mercury in retrograde?
No, man. I wish we could blame it on the cosmos.
Did it just die again?
Yeah.
Can we not go to break again?
No, we can. We're in a backup. We're running backup systems now.
All right, let's get Brandon Kravitz in here to talk some sports. 407-916-1041. That's next here on the Jim Colbert Show.
On your mind? Text us at 77031. Standard data and message rates apply. Real Mobile is powered by Orange Buick GMC and OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Seeing some heavy traffic on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area, both east and westbound for those traveling by the major attractions exits and through downtown between the 408 and South Street. No problems to report for those taking the Beach Line or the Greenway. Traffic remains up to speed on Florida's Turnpike. If you run into traffic problems, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Let's get you that new bathroom you've been dreaming of for so many years, guys. Finally make that move. Seriously, I got the company for you. It's Rebath of Mid-Florida. These guys are all about taking you, as someone who has no idea what it takes to get a new bathroom in your house, into somebody who really understands what they can do for you. They have the products and the installers, and even better, a design team to help you out with your ideas. You've got that space, that bathroom you hate so much. Tear all that out of there and let these guys put some of their beautiful products in there with some ideas from you as well. And even better, if you mention the Jim Colbert Show, they'll throw in $800 in free upgrades. That's $800. Use it however you will. But man, when you talk about these bathrooms, guys, amazing stuff. Their showroom is easy to find, 436 up in Altamont, right across from Kobe. When you walk in, you'll see some models set up. That's just to show you what they can do with these products and configuring them into bathrooms that you could see in your house. Let them do that for you. Again, they do everything, and they do it fast, 4 to 6 days with their employees, lifetime guarantee on the products and the install. Also, when you go, do not forget to mention the Jim Colbert Show for $800 in upgrades. It's Rebath, MidFLA.com.
Divorce? Call Trinley and Kramer, TK Law, OneFirmForLife.com.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas, September 20th and 21st, streaming live only on Hulu.
Don't miss
Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Gwen Stefani, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet,
and more.
Get tickets to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, right now, before they sell out.
At AXS.com.
The number one cause of accidents is distracted driving, like cell phones, eating, and playing with the radio. So leave it right here on Real Radio. Injured on the go? Just call Mo.com. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorney.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In Office Orlando.
You scaled the sheer cliff face, battling frostbite,
running low on oxygen. The wind pierced your skin, and every inch was agony. You reached heights no other human had before, while getting nowhere at airport security. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover best-selling action titles on Audible.
Imagine you could convert to cash trapped in your home without taking on high-interest debt or the hassle of moving. Well, now you can. Welcome to EasyKnock, the revolutionary solution for homeowners looking to go from equity-rich to cash-rich, all while staying in the home. Why worry about lender approvals? EasyKnock's sale leaseback solutions allow you to avoid harsh credit score and debt-to-income requirements. Sell your house to EasyKnock for 100% fair market value and then rent it back, getting the cash and flexibility you need. In today's high-interest rate environment, why take on more debt? Turn your home equity into the cash you need to pay down that pesky credit card debt, those lingering student loans, or just to secure your finances. EasyKnock is your answer. Don't let lenders hold you back. Visit EasyKnock.com now and discover how you can convert your home equity today. EasyKnock. It's your home, and now it's your cash. Terms and conditions apply. EasyKnock sale leaseback products are not available in Massachusetts and select states and markets. Purchase price includes a mix of cash and an option.
Tommy Mello here, owner of A1 Garage Door Service. Springtime savings are here, and now is the perfect time to service your garage. Replacing the bottom rubber on your garage door can have a huge impact on the number of bugs you see in your garage and in your home.
A1 from day one.
Zero Foxtrot isn't just a brand. It's a way of life. Founded and operated by veterans, Zero Foxtrot's unique apparel and gear echoes the grit of the warrior culture. Zero Foxtrot dedicates itself to producing content, honoring the sacrifices of forgotten heroes of the past, and connecting history to the present. Embark on a journey with Zero Foxtrot today at zerofoxtrot.com. It's not merely our products. It's about the ethos that we embody. Rugged, resilient, and timeless.
The 2024 Mikeys are here. Hey guys, it's the Bulldog, Mike Bianchi. Join me Friday, June 28th at the Hilton Orlando Altamont Springs for the 2024 Mikey Awards. Join us as we celebrate the best in Florida sports. Tickets are $40 and includes a food buffet and 2 beer tickets. Come on out, hang out with your favorite 96.9 The Game personalities as we honor the best in Florida sports. Tickets available now at 969thegame.com/Mikeys, presented by Bud Light.
Dude, we all can see you. You're not that tricky. Put the phone down. Trust me, nobody liked your last 50 posts. They're not going to like the one you just did while you were driving. I can see you, man. Don't pretend. Don't think because your hand's below the dashboard, I don't know what you're doing. This is trial attorney Jeff Kaufman from the injury law firm of Kaufman Lynn. I'm the one who's going to be suing you. For all the other people, contact me at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell. Offices, Orlando.
iHeartRadio is the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. It's the only way to listen to exclusive NBC play-by-play action of Team USA, plus NBC's top Olympic moments, original Summer Games podcasts, and live hourly updates from the games in Paris on the iHeart app and right here on this station. Be sure you have the free iHeart app, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
iHeartRadio. Frank Gay Services has something cool for you. Keep your AC running smoothly with our expert service. Experienced, professional, friendly, and speedy care that earned us thousands of 5-star reviews. That's the Frank Gay way. Visit frankgayservices.com or call for details.
Think orange for your next vehicle. OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Are you offended? Obviously, we're only kidding. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
All right, welcome back to The Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Thank you so much for tuning in today. We appreciate it as we do every single day. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
Hi.
And every single Monday around this time, we invite this guy over. 96.9 The Game is where he works. 3 to 6 every day, talk sports, and more sports. But on Mondays at 4:20, he does it right here on The Jim Colbert Show. Good and loud for our friend, Mr. Brandon Kravitz.
BK!
From 96.9 The Game in the zone.
The broiler.
Come on. You guys are great.
What's going on, dog?
An infusion of energy every time I step foot in this
in this studio, in this office.
It's been a minute since I've seen you, dog. Was it like
It has been
3 weeks or so, right?
That's true, because I was on vacation 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
You were on vacation last week.
And here we are.
Wow.
Together again.
Okay,
I thought
now
I
kiss.
felt a little.
All right.
I thought I felt a little tingle in my heart.
Should we go to a...
He said his heart.
I think we should go to a bridge in Paris and put a lock on it.
No.
So sweet.
Last week, these guys and gals got me talking about tearing up watching the movie Inside Out 2 at the movie theater.
100 mil this weekend.
I know.
In its second weekend.
Yeah, $100 million in 2 weekends. Pretty
and
good.
And I want you to notice that both of these guys have seen it. I have not.
Is it a jerker?
Whoa. Hang on now.
You want to rephrase that?
Let me tear jerker.
Hang on a second, Jack. You still have that piano music all queued up for him?
look, they hit you with the instrumental at the right time, and it yanks on the strings.
Oh yeah. You get the feels going, don't you?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I've become quite the softy over the last 4 years since I've had a son.
Yeah, kids do that.
Any kid thing,
it'll blank you up.
And it works not just in like I can't believe we're getting into this again.
You guys talking about?
It gives Jack time to look up the instrumental.
Is this what the sports segment was even last week?
It's not just the syrupy stuff. I used to love watching Law and Order SVU. I used to find that show very entertaining. I could binge watch it on a weekend day with nothing to do. I can't watch those shows anymore. I can't watch a kid get abducted. I'm like, this isn't entertainment.
No.
This is awful.
Yeah. Deborah will tell you, man. We've been in this room. She'll have a news story. If it's kid related like that, she has to be careful what it is because I just simply can't take it. I got 4 of them, and I'm not even sure I like them all. But
you still feel
but they're
bad.
mine, and if you blank with them, you're gonna have to deal with me in one. Okay, Jack.
So Brandon,
why?
Talk to us.
This is 2 weeks in a row now.
How does fatherhood make you feel?
I have, Father's Day, my 4th, has just passed, and
you walk out a door again to go to a soccer game or a Magic game, leaving your son at the door. Daddy,
don't go.
Are you ever coming back?
Anytime I put on a shirt that has a Magic logo on it, he looks at me and goes, "You going to a basketball game?"
Bye. Yeah. Well, let me tell you something, dude.
I'm fine.
We talk to these touring comics. Used to talk to them all the time, and they tell you, "Oh God, don't even do that one. That's the worst one." These touring comics will tell you, like every single day when I have to pack my bag on a Wednesday, it's everything in my soul to leave my house. But that's how I make a living. But being on the road is misery, just absolute misery.
This somewhat applies. Nate Bargatze, who's completely blown up, and he was recently in Orlando. I think you went to his show.
I did,
right? Yeah. We had a hard time finding a sitter. Because I had tickets to go to that. The reason why it's called the Be Funny Tour is because that's what his kids and his wife say before they get off the phone, before he goes on stage. I think that's so cool.
Yeah, go be funny.
Be funny.
He brings them almost everywhere. They travel with him quite often. So it's kind of cool that he can do that. And, of course, he's mega successful and can do whatever he wants.
All right, enough with the dad stuff.
Yeah, let's
What's
do it.
next?
What do we got up for sports today, man? I know that NBA draft
recently a father is Scotty Scheffler.
NBA draft, but it's worked for him because that guy can't stop winning.
Well, that's the interesting thing about the parenthood connection for Scotty Scheffler is he went from winning consistently to having a kid, and that can change positively or negatively. It just changes things. It hasn't changed a thing for that guy.
Except
he
he
hasn't
wins
missed
more.
a beat.
My God, man, I've never
It's
seen.
had no impact. I almost wonder how much he actually does at the house because this guy hasn't changed a bit.
So dominant, and they tell you that very thing. Like if he wins 5 in a row, it won't make a bit of difference. He'll come in, set his stuff down, and it's like he never was out there winning. Like it doesn't matter at all. He just plays the highest level golf. He takes the checks. He goes home. Much rather be with his family and his friends. Doesn't have that thing. He just hits it close and makes everything he looks at.
Yeah.
I've not seen a dominant performance like this. Obviously, Tiger's the only one you can compare it to. But when you start looking at the numbers now, I mean, he's done something that not even Tiger did. I think winning 6 times in this short period of time. I think he's only been done once before. I think Palmer did it in the early 60s.
So the most in one season on the PGA Tour since Tiger Woods is 6, and that is what Scotty has now done. It's the most before July since Arnold Palmer won 6. He did Did that back in 1962.
62, there you go. Yeah,
It's been a minute.
And I think the most wins in a regular season outside of Byron Nelson, which was during World War II. I think Byron won like 14 tournaments or something because nobody else was playing. It was just him. But I think the most is 9. And that means we have more, like half the seasons left, right? We played the Masters, we played the PGA and the U.S. Open, we had the British Open, and a few other tournaments, I think, going into the fall.
And I don't think that this counts towards this particular record, but he's got an Olympic event coming up, too, and that's a newer thing.
Yeah.
But he's on Team USA along with Xander Schauffele and Colin Morikawa and Wyndham Clark, so he could add that arrow to his quiver.
Not too bad at all,
if
right?
he's able to do it.
Ryder Cups will be coming up soon as well, so he'll have that to lean on and create more legacy there.
Yeah.
Pretty dominant, pretty fun to watch.
He is, and yet it feels like there's almost like a golf curse going on. So
because he doesn't fist pump.
Well, no.
But you know what I'm saying? I mean, he's doing the same things, but he doesn't do it in a swaggy mode, so nobody pays attention to him. If he fist pumped or hit it a mile or whatever, people would be losing their mind right now. But he's doing the same stuff Tiger does. Nobody cares.
I think people appreciate it, but yeah, they're not losing their mind. He still is propping up the world of golf because I opened my show and talking about this today. What would be, if this wasn't happening, what would be the top story in golf? And I think that answer is pretty tough to come up with.
Bryson DeChambeau, who's not even on the PGA Tour, is the second biggest story in golf right now.
There you go.
Is Bryson. He doesn't even play for the tour.
But look at what's happened recently. When I say curse, I mean, when he got arrested, it was because there was a road blockage because somebody died. A pedestrian got hit by a car at a golf tournament.
Right, yeah.
This past weekend, prior to protesters running out onto the course, 2 people got struck by lightning.
Yes.
Look, all of a sudden, a golf course has become
violent.
the most dangerous place to be in America.
All right, so NBA draft coming up Wednesday. Not a real good draft. The Magic, I mean, don't have real desirable picks, I guess, in position. I mean, do you have any idea what they're doing? Have they made any statements about what they plan on doing? Any moving parts here that we may know about?
Yeah, I mean, Jeff Weltman, the Magic president of basketball operations, met with the media today. Usually pretty coy in these situations, and today was no different. But they're going to look at these. They don't like to look at this draft class like it's weak because, I mean, these are
right. Yeah, this is their option.
This is their scouts at heart, so they spend a lot of time looking at these guys and trying to figure out who they want to end up with. And they're certainly not going to come out and say, well, it's a weak draft class and diminish whoever they end up taking. But
yeah, they should start tanking now to get that kid from Canada.
Oh, the 7'9" kid? Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to play in the NBA, but damn, I'd give it a shot. This is a class of uncertainty. I like Stefan Castle and Donovan Clingan, who are out of UConn off of that juggernaut team that won the national championship back-to-back years. They're players I'm excited about. You do have a guy like Zach Edey, who, I mean, those last 2 players that I mentioned, they're going to be taken well before the Magic pick at 18. But Zach Edey, who was the 7'4" phenom from Purdue, is someone that could be in that range, so that would be interesting. Really tall rim protector.
Yeah.
It honestly doesn't matter, which is, it's always weird saying that in my business because you want to drum up interest for this stuff because the Magic are going to select someone new, and I'm supposed to sell that to you in a way, but whoever they take, whether you like the pick or not, or you know the name or not, that guy is never going to see the light of day. Not this upcoming season, and maybe not in the next couple. They have such a bevy of players that they have to get minutes to. Think about it like this. Last year, they had 2 picks inside of the top 11, and those 2 guys barely played.
Yeah.
So you figure they're going to start filtering Anthony Black and Jet Howard into the rotation. They've got all this money to spend in free agency, a bunch of guys that are already on the roster without them having to do anything. Pick 18 is someone that you'll look at for one day, and then if you want to watch him play, drive your ass to Osceola, and he'll be playing for the G League team.
Sure, yeah. And again, I mean, there's nobody out there that the Magic can pick right now out of the draft that's going to impact the team now. Free agency is really where they're going to make a difference, right?
Absolutely.
And really what's interesting now is the Magic have started breaking through to the national media, because when you start talking about the East and start talking about what happened with Boston, and then, of course, as that starts coming up, who's Boston going to have to face in the near future as they have this, this basic dynasty right now? I mean, they really kind of swept through the East and really were dominant in the finals against a team that is really good. What does it look like the Magic are going to be able to add to the team to be, to make a place in the East with Boston there, and a number of other teams for that matter. But that's really kind of what you're looking at. We've already seen this in the West Coast because we've heard about teams being built to beat Denver or built to beat the Mavericks were that team, right? They were built to beat Denver. And then this team is built this team. We're not hearing that on the East Coast. But I've just started kind of hearing some inkling about the Magic. If they add the right pieces, that the Magic could be that scary team that nobody wants to play next year and the next year after that.
Yeah, especially if Paolo hits the next level. He's got to become... He hit the all-star level this past year. He's got to be an all-NBA guy. He's got to be one of the best 15 players in the league, undoubtedly. Otherwise, the Magic aren't going to get to that point no matter who they add in free agency. So that's step number one, but that guy's already on the roster, so don't worry about that. And most likely, he's going to continue to improve. Paul George would be the sexiest name out there as far as really improving. I genuinely believe...
Still got enough gas?
He's 34 years old.
Oh,
he was still elite last year. Like most older guys, manages some of his minutes. But, yeah, I think immediately he would make the Magic title contenders.
But and isn't he kind of, not a Band-Aid per se, but isn't he kind of a short bridge?
It would be a bridge because he's 34 years old, but it would be, look, all you can do is play the season that's in front of you. If the Magic feel like they were the 5th seed this last year, if they feel like they can add a piece or two and really contend for the East, why should they wait 3 years to do it?
I agree 100%.
If you feel like you can win, try and win right now.
Yeah.
Nothing in the future is guaranteed.
Just no Klay Thompson.
Well, Klay Thompson would be the next option.
No Klay Thompson.
The guy that I really wanted the Magic to get that matched sort of the, if you wanted to go timeline, was Malik Monk. He was the runner-up for Sixth Man of the Year, played for the Sacramento Kings, and was really starting to come into his own. Elite scorer. He's exactly what the Magic need, but he re-signed with Sacramento and isn't even going to technically hit free agency. So that one's out the door. But I would start to wrap your head around Klay Thompson because I do think there's real teeth to that.
Ugh. Not a fan.
So last year, can I make you a fan real quick?
You can give it a shot, buddy. I'm just not a fan of his game, and I don't know how much it's going to elevate this team that seems to be young and fast, whereas Klay was on a team that didn't seem to – well, I mean, for a while they were, but then it was,
Last year, Klay Thompson, he dropped off a little bit. He's not the same guy. Still made, I believe the number is 268 threes. If he did that for the Magic, he would have the franchise record for made threes for the Orlando Magic.
Well, that's
they still need what he does.
Yeah. Well, I hope it works out for him. I mean, obviously, we'll be watching the draft on Wednesday to see what we do there, but really the main game is going to be free agency.
And free agency technically starts on June 30th, so that'll be right after the draft.
Sure.
The reason why we've seen some signings, a new rule in the NBA that came into effect this year is if you have a free agent, you can start negotiating with them as soon as the NBA Finals ends. So the Magic, like Markelle Fultz would be an example. He's a free agent.
Right.
The Magic could sign him now before free agency ever comes. And that's why Malik Monk's off the table. That's why Pascal Siakam's already signed a deal with Indiana. And you'll probably see another few guys end up getting locked up and never even hit free agency in the next couple days.
A couple minutes on soccer here because a couple things happened. Orlando City played this past week, actually a couple times. I was in Charlotte when they played FC. They won there. And Copa Cup action as well. And we have an American that's really this is a guy Ross talked about forever, who's really starting to show his wares because, Christian Pulisic?
Pulisic.
Yeah, is a monster.
Oh, my God. And that goal that he made was an absolute beauty. That was like, I think they made a whole movie out of that called Bend It Like Beckham.
Yeah. If you watch I watched it like 4 or 5 times. If you watch it, he gets the ball and makes one little bump kick. Because he knows that that's going to draw the defense into a certain position. Then he simply walks forward 2 steps and rips like a big old Dwight Gooden slider right into the top of the net from what seemed to be 40 or 50 yards out. Like you don't see guys shooting at the goal from that area, and it was gorgeous.
Absolutely gorgeous. So USA men's team thoroughly dominated in their match against the Bolivian side. The U.S. had 20 shots to Bolivia's 6 in over the course of the game. They led 2-0 at halftime and then just parked it. They play Panama on Thursday, and then are going to close out group play against Uruguay on Monday, July 1st.
Yeah,
so still some soccer to play.
Yeah, Panama's supposed to be a little bit more of a stiff competitor, and as we move up, it'll be fun to watch. And then Orlando City?
City got 3 goals in the first 30 minutes, so that was really nice to see. It's amazing what can happen when you get off to a hot start. Mind you, Chicago does stink, but you can only play the team that's in front of you, and Orlando City has been as bad as anybody, so you needed this. This was a fun win, and I think it's been a while since Orlando City fans had fun watching their team, and they certainly did this past weekend. Next up, NYFC on Friday, and we'll see if they can keep the momentum up.
Yeah, they're a little bit better.
Any hockey talk?
Oh, let me tell you about we got a Game 7 coming up tonight. I cannot wait for this. This is going to be so exciting. So the Oilers, over the last 3 games, they were down 3-0 in this series. It looked like the Panthers were ready to wrap it up.
Print the T-shirt.
Oh, absolutely.
Print it.
They've had think about it. They've had the T-shirts kind of like hanging out right off the ice. The T-shirts and the hats. They've been ready.
They've had to travel from Florida to Canada back to Florida.
The boxes have been opened and all of that. And since Game 3 finished, the Oilers have outscored the Panthers 18-5. 5 teams have rallied from a 3-0 hole to win a best-of-7 series in the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's only happened once in the Stanley Cup final, and it was in 1942.
Oh, my.
Wow.
So if the Oilers get it, and it was also a Canadian team, it was the Toronto Maple Leafs. So if the Edmonton Oilers get it done tonight, they'll be the first team to do this on this stage since the 40s.
Wow.
I didn't even know they were playing professional hockey in the 40s.
Wow. Unbelievable. Are you going to be watching?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
so, I mean, think about it. We've got essentially, it's 2 winner-go-home games in sports tonight. This is a great sports night. You've got Stanley Cup Game 7, and you've got the College World Series between Tennessee and Texas A&M. They've split. The winner takes home the championship, so it's a great night for all.
Very nice. Good and loud for Brendan Kravitz, guys. That's 96-9 the game, 3-6 every single day, whether you like it or not.
Flame broil.
And you can listen to Under Oath with attorney Jeff Kaufman every Saturday morning at 7:30 a.m. on 96.9 The Game and Real Radio 104.1. Extended versions available by searching Under Oath with Jeff Kaufman on your favorite streaming platform.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen, the broiler, live, right in front of us, doing his thing.
It's great to see you again.
All right, it's good seeing you.
Really enjoyed it.
All right. 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Back in 1 sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Real Radio.
The Monsters in the Morning.
Fellas, texters are blowing us up right now. We're getting more texts than we ever have. They're affirming Russ's statement that fried bologna absolutely looks like boobs. Yes.
The Monsters in the Morning.
Real Radio 104.1.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
What's going on, Central Florida? I'm Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Berger, and it's going to be a pretty typical Florida weather forecast for the next week. Daily chances for showers and storms about 70 to 80% through Friday, with a lot of humidity around and temperatures again 90 to 95. No real organized threat for anything severe anytime soon. In the tropics this week, things remain quiet across the Atlantic Basin through at least this weekend.
This report is sponsored by ePass. Want to save on tolls? Choose ePass. Only ePass offers toll discounts and a free toll sticker. Plus, you'll always pay the lowest toll rate on all Florida toll roads. Visit GetEpass.com to sign up today. That's GetEpass.com. Choose ePass. Expect.
Hey, everybody, Jim Colbert here. If you ask anyone who's experienced LASIK, they're going to tell you this. It is the best thing that they ever did, and more often than not, they'll add one thing. They should have done this a long time ago. That's exactly what my father-in-law said. And even this weekend, my wife looked at me and says, I think it's time for me to get LASIK. My eyes have kind of gotten to that point where I have to do that shuffle back and forth with glasses that everybody has to do. Well, she is finally going to do that. You can as well. The Filatowski Eye Institute is now offering free LASIK consultations. And to make your appointment, this is all you have to do. Text 1041 to 868686. That's right. Start your journey today with the Filatowski Eye Institute. These guys have all the experience you want, 65,000 plus LASIK procedures under their belt, and they use the latest state-of-the-art tech, getting you the best possible results every single time. They even have 24-month interest-free financing available as well. So make your appointment today. Text 1041 to 868686 and schedule your free LASIK consultation at the Filatowski Eye Institute. Your path to better vision begins right now.
Get ready to see the Eagles at Sphere Las Vegas with iHeartRadio. We'll fly you there. put you up at the Venetian Resort Las Vegas and set you up with VIP tickets, including priority entrance to see the Eagles play Sphere Las Vegas.
Welcome to the Hotel California.
Plus, we'll make your trip extra special with a helicopter tour of the city. And you'll take home To the Limit, the Essential Collection box set, signed by the Eagles. Winner must be 21 or older. Prize provided by Live Nation. For your chance to win, just listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app.
Buy one, get two free at PyroSpot Fireworks. PyroSpot has Florida's largest selection of buy one, get two free fireworks with prices that blow the competition away. Visit our locations in Eustis, Sanford, and Longwood, just 10 miles north of downtown Orlando. Visit iwantfireworks.com for valuable coupons and store locations.
With 3 generations and over 45 years of Florida experience, Handyman Roofing knows storms and hurricanes. We know how to evaluate storm-damaged roofs and not cause more damage. Handyman Roofing has the expertise to get your roof done. Plus, easy financing in case your insurance company is dragging its feet. With multiple emergency response teams ready, Handyman Roofing will be by your side now when you need it the most.
Knows how to get things done. Count on Handyman Roofing to get it done. Handyman Roofing to get it done.
At ViStar Credit Union, you inspire us to deliver on our promise to do good for our members and our communities. That's why we offer better banking options like better rates and no hidden fees. And we continually give back to the places we call home. That focus is one reason why ViStar was named a Best in State Credit Union by Forbes magazine. So join the nearly 1 million members who choose to bank with a leader. ViStar Credit Union. Do good. Bank better. Insured by NCUA.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Lately, living on my own has become a little harder. That's why my daughter and I both love InnovAge PACE. My neighborhood InnovAge Center has my doctor, my dentist, and my physical therapist. Even activities and lunch with my friends, all in one place. And with Medicare and Medicaid, I qualify at no cost. I get the care I need and more time to enjoy with my daughter. To learn more, call InnovAge PACE today at 689-400-8785 or visit innovage.com.
Zero Foxtrot isn't just a brand, it's a way of life. Founded and operated by veterans, Zero Foxtrot's unique apparel and gear echoes the grit of the warrior culture. Zero Foxtrot dedicates itself to producing content, honoring the sacrifices of forgotten heroes of the past, and connecting history to the present. Embark on a journey with Zero Foxtrot today at zerofoxtrot.com. It's not merely our products, it's about the ethos that we embody. Rugged, resilient, and timeless.
When life spells heartburn, how do you spell relief? ROLAIDS.
What about when life spells fried chicken?
ROLAIDS.
Fourth cup of coffee?
Still ROLAIDS.
Extra cheesy pizza?
Rolaids always spells relief. Rolaids' powerful dual-active formula begins neutralizing acid on contact to fight your heartburn fast. So, when life spells heartburn, Rolaids spells relief. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Sunnyside Plumbing.
Yes, I've got a leaking...
To leave us a testimonial saying how happy you are with our service, press 1.
But you haven't even...
For all other inquiries, please hang up.
Wait, what?
Hang up and call Frank Gay. We're busy watching the game.
You know what? I think I will.
When you have a leak, you need solutions on your schedule. A helpful expert who can find the problem and fix it fast.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
Car crash? Call Klausman. KlausmanLaw.com. That's KLAUSMAN.
Real Radio is on Instagram at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
The Jim Colbert Show, streaming live on YouTube. Watch us talk.
Mike Buzzer Larson here. Yes, since I got fired from last call, I formed a new company teaching midgets math. I call it making the little things count. Quacksaw, give me the buzzer!
Oh, I've missed you, Buzzer.
I think the funniest thing he could have left as a talkback is him recording himself trying to figure out a talkback. I think that's the funniest thing he could have sent in. That was actually not bad, Mike.
What do you think he's been doing for 6 months?
Right. All right, 407-916-1041, text us 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb and Jack are here as well. What's the music for? This machine that we have that runs this radio station.
Oh my gosh.
This thing is going straight up Terminator on us, dude.
Yeah,
it is cyberdining us right now as we speak. It is taking over.
Bring on the AI. We need it.
Yeah. Although, two things. One, extra grateful for Jack. Because if you or I were in that control room, Jimmy, we would already be halfway home.
Oh, yeah. I'd already be drinking.
I mean,
and I don't even want to now.
So thanks to Jack for that. But wow.
Yeah. Our main computer it was acting funky, and I talked to the engineer. He's like, "Oh, let's just restart it. We'll do it in the segment. It'll be down for 5 minutes," and figured, we'll talk, and everything will be fine.
Sure.
Yeah, it still has not come back to life.
Oh man, and I'm also grateful this didn't happen last week while you were on vacation. Jimmy, because it's hard enough filling in for you.
By the way, my trip up the East Coast, up through Savannah and all that area there, did recertify one thing in my mind, and verified it as well. People from the South are just wonderfully polite, and so incredibly
gracious.
They're just wonderful people, man. We made our way through some really S-hole places going up the East Coast. We're looking for little, treasure shops and stuff that maybe don't get visited all that much.
Yeah.
And in doing that, we went into little places, diners, and had dinners and lunches. And man, we just encountered some of the most polite, graceful, kind human beings that really kind of reset your entire kind of thing, as you kind of you're in the world of Orlando, where, in our world, things are moving around pretty quickly, and things here in the building move quickly. The show moves fast. You got to go through a bunch of information quickly. So the stuff that's in your brain doesn't have shelf life. Yeah. It just comes in, you talk about it, then it goes. So your entire cycle is just processing information and trying to make it entertaining and intriguing for a crowd. And then you don't have any of that. And it is a strange feeling, dude. Like the first 2 days, I felt useless because I wasn't doing anything. I was just riding, drinking, or eating, and just kind of enjoying life. Wasn't reading the news. Wasn't on social. Not seeing any of that stuff. I saw the Hot Tua girl because, if you go on Instagram, you can't not see the Hot Tua girl. Apparently, the girl lost her job. She was a teacher.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people were texting.
And someone else said she didn't. I don't know. I only learned about this girl today.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't avoid well, I guess I do when I...
You should see her baseball caps.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, she's got merch.
Yeah, already has merch. I'm telling you, she went in 4 days... went from an unknown school teacher to a viral internet sensation that now has merch and multiple thousands of followers instantly.
Oh, her
I'm
folks
so
must be
mad.
so proud.
Yeah. We work our asses off on a 100,000 watt radio station to get there. She does it by going Hot Tua to an interviewer walking by. And by the way, one of the best memes I saw was a meme of a business meeting where in the middle of the business meeting, a guy gets up and jumps out a window, and it says, "This is the Hot Tua girl's dad." First day back at work.
Which apparently why she was fired as a teacher, because apparently someone did text us. I haven't verified this, but students in her class were Tua.
Yeah, you can't do again. When you do something like that, and she kind of does it, it's fun. She's having a good time. There's nothing wrong with what she's doing. She didn't say a curse word. She didn't do anything. She didn't show any body parts, and she still lost her job. She's probably going to end up suing and getting her job back. You can't do that. You couldn't just fire somebody. She did not break the law. She didn't do anything wrong. She didn't post anything that violates the school's
She's a disruption to the classroom, Jimmy.
Well,
she's a disruption to the classroom.
She's living her life out there. She can do that.
Now she's like, suck it and your teacher pay. Yeah,
for sure. She's going to make as much as she needs right now.
Amen.
Yeah.
She doesn't mind that.
All right, 407-916-1041. Jack has something that we envy greatly coming up. Deborah, you and I envy this greatly, or at least the chance of this. When did you get this notification? Friday?
Last week it came. It came in the mail, and I saw who it was from, and I'm like, then I start getting excited. I'm like, yes. And I realize when most people get this, they're like, No.
Well, we've already gone over AARP.
Yeah, no, it's not that. He got a jury summons.
Ooh, Jack.
yeah,
You're
baby.
so lucky.
That is porn for Deb and I.
Why do the three of us want these things and look forward to these things, and everyone else in the world is like, no way, man, how am I getting out of this?
They have exciting lives they don't want to miss.
Right, exactly.
That's it.
And we do not.
We get off on seeing people convicted.
I'm just, I like being a little judgy. So.
Yeah. I want
You're good at it.
I want to be in that courtroom when somebody is, when that TV courtroom experience comes to life and you get to see what it really looks like, and they're not really yelling at the judge because they don't want to go to jail that night because the judge can do that. Put your ass in jail for contempt immediately.
You get to hear all the evidence.
The sidebars.
Oh, I object. Wait, I can't. I'm
right.
Do you even know what case it is yet?
No. I have a reporting date in a couple of weeks.
You will know though, because what happens when they bring you in, they sit you in the courtroom and they bring in the defendant and they tell you what the case is, and then they go through the selection process because the defendant has to be there. I told you my crazy story. Is I was picked for a jury for a guy who molested a girl in the house I used to live in.
Yeah. Whoa,
crazy! Like you're talking about small world S. That happened. I got called for a jury, and when I got up there, they brought the guy in. And the guy was being he did wind up getting convicted of molesting a child that lived in the house that I'd moved out of 5 years earlier.
Wow.
And when the judge found out, he couldn't believe it. And I was immediately dismissed. And then recently I was dismissed as well.
Now, is that in Orange County? Because
that was in Orange County. The other one was in Seminole.
Okay, it'll be interesting to see what the jury experience is like in Seminole, because I have only ever been called for jury duty in Orange County. I've never been called yet in Lake.
So in Seminole County, last time I was called, they were actually seating a grand jury.
Oh.
And that's what I said. And I'm like, yes, let's do this.
Yeah.
And they needed 29 people.
And you were 30.
I was 30, literally, number 30. So I'm like, oh, this is great. All I need is for someone in front of me to get bounced. And they were trying. They were trying to explain what a hardship it would be.
Sick mom, one car.
This and that.
Gonna miss hours at the golf course.
And they all failed. And they get to me and they're like, oh, by the way, is anyone here? Does anyone here know personally the sheriff of Seminole County? And I got to raise my hand to that one.
Back when it was Don?
It was Don Esslinger at the time. And so I had to raise my hand to that one. And it's like, I was the first one to get bounced, and I'm the one who's trying to make the cut.
But wouldn't it be likely that the three of us would never be picked because of what we do for a living?
That's exactly.
I haven't been picked before because of what I've done for a living.
You guys know the last case I was on. I talked to you about it. It was in Seminole County. Remember all of that, the stuff around Joel Greenberg?
Oh, yeah.
What was that guy's name? And they brought him up on charges. Oh, God.
There's so many. Keep going.
Yeah, but Jack knows exactly who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And Paris, Ben Paris.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So they brought Ben, and I was the Ben Paris. Well, Ben listens to the station all the time. Used to email me and text me email and then Facebook me and stuff about the show all the time, right? He would talk about running for Longwood Commissioner and things like that. Well, he got wrapped up in all that Greenberg stuff, Joel Greenberg and all that stuff going on with Matt Gaetz and all that stuff.
Wasn't it the ghost candidate stuff?
The ghost candidate stuff, right? All that stuff, right? So he was part of that whole, it was ghost candidate stuff. Yeah. And the minute I walked in, Ben turned his head and looked at me and smiled. The judge also smiled because they already had the record he was going to be there.
Yeah.
So they knew I was called to be there. They didn't know if I was going to be there. The minute I walked in, everybody on the defense started smiling. And the minute I sat down, I was like the 15th guy to talk to. And the minute the judge got there, he goes, "You talking about this today?" And I said, "When we getting out of here?" In other words, to say, as soon as I get out of here, he goes, "You can take off, buddy. You're good." And as I left, Ben looked at me and gives me a thumbs up. The defendant in front of all the jurors. In front of all the jurors, gave you a thumbs up as if to say, "Hey,
buddy.
dude, love the show, dude. Love the show. Really
He's
like
still
what you're
meeting for
doing."
lunch?
Big fan.
Yeah.
Number one fan.
Big fan.
Oh,
God, I would love it. I want to be on a murder case so bad. I mean, I don't want anybody to get murdered, so I can be on a
Just
case.
gonna say, careful.
I mean, I don't want that to
with the
happen.
verbiage there.
Yeah, Jim's still upset that the murder book he was listening to was fiction.
I know, exactly.
That's a very good point. I was like, come on. All right, 407-916-1041. I'm going to tell you guys about something when we come back that I've never heard. Now, we all know that climate change is changing things, right? The sea levels are rising, right?
Yeah.
Well, there are places all over the world that are experiencing, hardships because of this. But there's another aspect of this that no one has ever considered, and I wonder how that's going to come into play in the future. I'll tell you what that is next.
Real Radio has your chance to win a trip to see the Eagles perform at the Sphere in Las Vegas, courtesy of Live Nation. Just listen to Real Radio 104.1 on our free iHeartRadio app to qualify to win.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center, lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Traffic is slow on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area for those traveling by the major attractions exits, as well as through downtown between the 408 and South Street. Traffic remains up to speed on the 408 along with the Beach Line and the Greenway. No north or southbound delays on Florida's Turnpike. If you happen to see any traffic problems, just make sure you're calling the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Guys, a family 4-pack is back. Florida residents save with this exclusive offer featuring discounted tickets for a party of 4 at Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. Discover something real this summer. The Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex, one of the coolest places in all of Florida. We love it. And this is the only place where you can meet an astronaut, touch a moon rock, stand nose to nose with that real space shuttle Atlantis, and much more. Launch into bold new territory this summer at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. You can do that, by the way, at a down-to-earth price, of course. Calling all explorers, it is finally time to come face-to-face with real space and cutting-edge innovations of space exploration from NASA. Explore more and grab your family passes today at KennedySpaceCenter.com.
CoverGirls don't need a filter. Introducing CoverGirl's Simply Ageless Skin Perfector Essence, the skincare makeup hybrid that delivers a plump, more youthful-looking complexion. Made with a plant-based retinol alternative, it reduces the appearance of wrinkles and increases skin's firmness. Pigmented capsules burst and blend, leaving a sheer, even tint, while hydrating for up to 24 hours. Available in 8 adaptable shades. Radiant skin is only a pump away with CoverGirl's Simply Ageless Essence.
Tools Ace Hardware is your place for grills and outdoor furniture this summer. They have the largest selection of Big Green Egg grills and egg accessories in all of Central Florida. Weber gas and charcoal grills and Traeger wood-fired pellet grills as well. Tools Ace also carries grills and pizza ovens from Rectech, Napoleon, Gosney, and Uni. And if you need outdoor furniture to complete your backyard entertainment area, Tools Ace carries the best in outdoor furniture from Pollywood. Get free assembly and local delivery on any grill or furniture purchase $3.99 and up. It's Tools Ace Hardware, 13 convenient locations here in Central Florida, or you can shop online at acehardware.com. It's Tools Ace, your local helpful place.
At Mayo Clinic in Florida, we are predicting the unpredictable. Our experts are using a patient's own anatomy to create 3D printed, life-size organ models to map out challenges ahead of time, making complex surgeries more precise, efficient, and less invasive. We are making more possible at Mayo Clinic because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic, you know where to go.
Let me tell you a story. I had a client who got injured. He only asked for the insurance company to cover his rent for 3 months. They said no. We ended up getting him $325,000. Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorneys. Prospective client may not obtain the same or similar results.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues.
Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1076. 800-499-1076. 800-499-1076.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey homeowners, Russ Rollins here to talk to you about something serious, your power bill. Last summer was tough, but this year could be even worse. So don't wait until the last minute to get protection and savings from solar power and backup power. Solar Source has a new pay-as-you-go solar package that lets you start with an affordable base system and add solar panels over time. Plus, their pay-as-you-go battery backup is awesome, and it lets you add critical backup power as you go. Schedule a free consultation at solarsource.com/monsters. Get ready for a stress-free summer.
For all your windows and doors, go to FASWD.com. That's FASWD.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lynn Studios. Why Kaufman and Lynn? Because you deserve better. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM Cocoa Beach, Orlando, an iHeart radio station, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
I was selected for jury duty in Seminole County, but me being so animated and not stoic, I was the first person to be dismissed because I was looking over at the defendant, and it was police against a black family of 6. So they were done wrong, but nope. See you later, Larry.
Jack, don't feel so bad. I was on a jury, went through the whole case, about to make decisions, and I was the alternative. They threw me out. But they said, oh, you could come back and watch. Yeah, give me a break, huh? I sat all through that, then I get tossed. Forget about it.
I'd want you to be on the jury just to hear you talk.
No joke.
Give you talk. What are you talking about?
He sounds legit, don't he?
Yeah. There's no better mangling of the English language than from dudes in the Northeast saying the word through, true. Yeah. Hey, threw me out there like nothing. Threw me. They threw me out.
Like I was nothing.
Like that was nothing. Forget about it. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb and Jack are here as well. Ray Trinley coming up in the next hour. Plus, we'll have trivia this hour as well. Got some tickets to see some soccer for you coming up in just a bit.
Oh, bonus.
Yes, bonus.
This week, it's not only every day this week, a pair of tickets to see Orlando City versus DC United. We're going to double you up on prizes this week.
Okay, that's good. I love
In
it.
addition to that, you will also get a $50 gift card to Pyro Spot Fireworks.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
I like that.
Fireworks.com, baby.
That's right. 3 locations here in Central Florida. You have Longwood, you have Eustis, and you have Shanford.
Yeah.
Shanford.
But is that so? Yeah.
What?
No, it's I've only been to the one that's by me, and that's the Longwood location. It's on 1792 there, right by 434 in that Big Lots Plaza there.
Yeah, that Eustis Plaza is good too. I just saw that one yesterday or last week.
Cool.
Yeah, it's good. What? What are you laughing at?
Nothing. I'm not laughing about anything.
Dang, you looking stupid.
I'll tell you later.
Hey.
All right. So, no question that we know that and look, by the way, when I say climate change, let me say this so everybody kind of understands. Like this is not a political statement. Things are changing, whether you like it or not. What you believe, what you don't believe, it doesn't matter. Things are melting, seas are rising. You can attribute that to whatever you want. All right. This is not a political statement, but it is happening. Seas are rising. We don't know how long they're going to rise. We don't know how long they're going to stay there, but they are definitely rising.
Cross your fingers for that doomsday glacier.
As a rule, they don't freeze overnight. So we'll see how that goes, right? It takes a long time for it to do this. It's going to take a long time for it to do the other thing. So this is out of Nigeria, a little town called Itoro, Nigeria. Now, this coastal community was at one point supposed to be a place called Happy City. It was going to be a Christian utopian society built over there in Nigeria. It was going to be sinless and classless. Everybody was going to be on the equal playing game. It's what you would think something like that was going to start out to be. Everybody was going to be on an equal playing ground. You earn your way, no sexual assault, nobody stealing your money, just living in harmony with other people on this planet, trying to get through life with happiness and glory, right?
Uh-huh.
That was the goal of Happy City.
Good luck with that.
Now,
sorry.
I love it. Let's go.
Now, Nigeria is on the coast of the Atlantic Ocean, of course, on what would be the western coast of Africa. Okay, and it's built on the ocean. Now, already 3 times they've had to move this city back. 3 times they've had to uplift this city and move it back. And if you look at this picture here, Deborah, and I'll show it to you real quick. If you look at this photograph, you can see
Happy City, Nigeria, right?
Just go to Happy City, Nigeria, and you can see that it's already kind of on a strip of land that seems to be destined to be underwater, right? And that's just because of the climate change that's come around over the last few years. And what you will see is you'll see a bunch of homes and what looks like homes, but in front of them you'll see a bunch of pylons.
Right.
That's where the city used to be. As the ocean is encroaching, they've had to move the city back and back and back. And even now, they're still only about 100 feet away from it, 30 meters or so.
From this photo, it looks like they've got water on all sides.
Right.
Of
They
them.
don't look so happy.
Yeah, and it's right there, right? Now, don't read anything about it because that's what makes it interesting.
All right.
All right. Now, there's no question they can apply climate change and rising sea because of the melting ice caps. They can attribute it to some of that, right?
Yeah.
But guess what they're attributing some of the other to? And this is crazy because of where this goes. They're attributing some of this sinking because of the underwater oil drilling that's happening. I've never heard a conversation on this. When they pump oil out of the ground, what does it leave?
A cavity.
It leaves a cavity. And wherever those cavities are left, eventually, the theory is that the earth will settle into those holes.
I like this. In theory.
Right. The earth is going to settle into those holes, which
Yeah.
makes that land lower. They are attributing part of this part of this planet, over there in Nigeria, they're attributing some of the flooding they're having not only to the sea rising, but also to the ground lowering because they've been pumping oil out of that area for decades. So these holes and these pits they've been creating under the ocean floor are now starting to slowly sink, which is lowering the level of the land. Now, of course, my first thought was, where else do they drill for oil? I don't know, in the Gulf outside of New Orleans?
Yeah.
Oh, that's Alaska?
Where they already have a sea rising issue?
Mm-hmm.
Alaska? Saudi Arabia, the Persian Gulf. How long globally before we start seeing these pits that we've been pumping oil out of for 100 years finally start caving in?
Why can't they fill the cavity with the seawater? You solve both problems.
I don't know.
How about you fill it with all the plastic?
Yeah, I don't know what
plastic. Yeah, well, no, it's already in the seawater, Dad.
They just have to focus it.
Just use the plastic to fill the pockets.
Man, I've never heard that. But when you talk about that globally, like if they're just experiencing a little bit there in Nigeria, and you start talking about then you automatically start thinking, where else do they pump for oil?
Right.
And it's like damn near everywhere. But would they really pump for it? They pump. By the way, if you've ever sailed through the Gulf as you're entering the Mississippi going up in New Orleans, you got to dodge them. It's like a video game. There are so many effing oil derricks out there. When you go through there at night, it's not night. You can, as you go into that port into New Orleans, there are so many of those oil derricks out there in the Gulf. It is startling.
How do you know that?
Because we sailed into New Orleans from Tampa.
Really?
Yeah. You can sail up the Mississippi into New Orleans, and that's a stop on a cruise ship.
Yeah, those river cruises are supposed to be a really big business here in the States.
Even the Carnival ones, they sell Carnival. They used to sell Carnival. I went there on a Carnival cruise, right up the Mississippi. And remember, we talked about that family for generations that meets them out there, and you have to be a river captain to drive boats into a river. You have to be so this family for like 6 generations, their only job is they meet these cruise ships or these big ships at the mouth of the Mississippi. They board the ship and then they drive it up to whatever port it's going to be at, and they make money that way. A whole bunch of it.
Nice.
Wow.
Like $8,000 a trip.
Oh, nice.
And it's right there. It's not like they have to sell it very far.
Right.
But if you get one of those things going sideways in the Mississippi in that area, that's bad news.
Yeah, very.
You remember that Panama Canal thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, where that ship got sideways in there?
Well, not only
Cost
that,
a couple billion?
there was a big train derailment in that area back in 1993 when a barge that didn't have the right equipment on board took a wrong turn and ended up kind of like what we saw with the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, ended up just hitting that bridge enough that kind of jerked those train tracks, and the train went right off the tracks into the water.
Wow, really?
Yeah, so
wow.
You have to be a boat captain, because if you don't have your S right, you could be affecting a lot more.
I wonder if they think about this. And again, I don't know if obviously there are different regulations in Africa as you're pumping oil. I don't know that there aren't, but I'm guessing maybe around the States it may be a little more strict. I don't know. But but that's a good point. I mean, do they have a responsibility to fill that up with water or fill it up with something as they pump the oil out? Obviously, it's going to leave a crater there.
Hell, they barely take their responsibility to heart when there's a spill.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
I've never heard
we
of
didn't
them.
do it.
Yeah. I figured they thought, oh, this will never end.
Yeah.
Shh, don't say anything.
Black gold.
Man, I when I read that, I was like,
Texas
God, this
tea.
AP story about it. If you want to check it out, AP News, just type in Nigeria and you'll see the story if you find that interesting. Because when I read it today, I was like, wow, man, how much longer are we going to have to wait before that stuff starts happening? Or have these engineers already planned for that?
We'll find out.
Yeah. By the way, they say there's great fishing off those oil rigs. I don't know if I'd eat any of it.
I was about to say, not so tasty.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Travel.com put out a list of the best cities in America to visit. And it's interesting because this is kind of what I do for vacation, right? We go to these little cities, and I will tell you, I've been to one or two of these places, and I would agree, but man, some of these places are places you never thought in a million years like you would go to. Not only do they tell you like where they are, but why you should go there. We'll go over a couple of those when we get back.
It was on Threads at Real Radio 1041, sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Traffic is slow on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area for those traveling by the major attractions exits, as well as through downtown between the 408 and South Street. Traffic remains up to speed on the 408 along with the Beach Line and the Greenway. No north or southbound delays on Florida's Turnpike. If you happen to see any traffic problems, just make sure you're calling the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Mecum Auctions. Mecum Auctions returns to Osceola Heritage Park July 10th to the 13th with 1,500 American muscle cars, classics, Corvettes, trucks, exotics, customs, and more. Register to bid and buy spectator tickets at Mecum.com. That's Mecum.com.
Buy one, get two free at PyroSpot Fireworks. PyroSpot has the largest selection of any buy one, get two free fireworks with prices and products that will absolutely blow the competition away. You can use their touch screens to watch videos. That way you can design your own incredible fireworks show. All you have to do is visit their locations, Eustis, Stanford, and Longwood. Like Jack said, all of them fully stocked, ready to go, just 10 miles north of Orlando. And what you want to do is visit iwantfireworks.com for valuable coupons and store locations. That's iwantfireworks.com. Buy one, get two free at PyroSpot Fireworks and be a backyard hero.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas,
September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Don't miss.
Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Gwen Stefani, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet,
And more.
Get tickets to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, right now, before they sell out.
At AXS.com.
Hey, boys and girls, Jim Colbert Show question of the day is brought to you by the Home Builders Network. That's Mike the Home Builder. Find him at hbnusa.com. Hung out with Mike this past Friday. What a great guy. He did a great job on my roof. When I needed a roof, that's a big job. You want to call someone you can trust. Someone I could trust is Mike the Home Builder. He's been advertising on Real Radio for about 13, 14 years or so. You hear him on the Monsters. But guess what? The Home Builders Network. It's what you need done for your home. Is it windows, doors, gutters? Is it a roof, a new roof, a roof patch? Mike the Home Builder is the guy who can guide you in the right direction. You connect with him at hbnusa.com. Recently nominated by Orlando's Best for Best Windows and Doors. You reach out to Mike, someone local, someone you can trust. Again, online, it's hbnusa.com.
Cento Family Moving and Storage is Central Florida's trusted source for local and long-distance moving. From packing to delivery, Cento Moving is fully licensed and insured to provide you a seamless moving experience so you can enjoy your new home in no time. Get a quote today at CentoMoving.com. Forget the stress, move with the best.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-254-5751. 800-254-5751. Again, that's 800-254-5751. Coverage, deductibles, and claims may vary. For details, go to EnduranceWarranty.com.
You scaled the sheer cliff face, battling frostbite, running low on oxygen. The wind pierced your skin, and every inch was agony. You reached heights no other human had before, while getting nowhere at airport security. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover best-selling action titles on Audible.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
How do you solve a crime in reverse when you believe that someone was murdered but have no clue who the victim was?
We have to do our job, and we have to find out, who did they kill? If it's possible. How are we going to do that?
Listen to Deep Cover the Nameless Man on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search for Deep Cover the Nameless Man.
A1Garage.com. A1 from day one.
We now return to the Jim Colbert Show.
Hey guys, you know who this is. Welcome back, Jim. Hey, Jack, being on a jury's not that bad. Of course, you'd be happy not to get on there, but you could pay $15 a day. Woo!
Jim Colbert Show's Concrete Mike again.
Talking about murder cases and jury trials, my father was on a high-profile murder case in upstate New York, and I did not see him for 3 weeks as he was sequestered while they were in deliberation. That was not cool. Think twice about that murder trial thing, Jim.
Yeah.
And his kids are grown. He doesn't care.
Yeah, my kids are grown. I wouldn't have cared when they were young.
It's a vacation.
I wonder what case he had.
I know, but if you're in the Northeast in a certain time of year or a certain time of the calendar, let's say, like if you were in New York in that Jersey area and you're going to a court case, let's say from 1970 to let's say 95 or so, you probably did not want to be on most of those cases. Probably mob-related, Deb?
Oh,
you don't want to be on a mob jury.
I'm over there thinking about Rex Heuermann. No, I would not want to be on a mob jury.
You don't want to be on a mob jury. You don't want to be in a
That's a financial opportunity for you.
You do not want to be on a cartel jury.
Yeah, or you could be swimming with the fishes.
Those are the juries I'd be like, I'm bribable.
Yeah, exactly.
Very bribable. Over here, I'll do the 3 months in jail to prove to you guys that I'm not going to rat you out. How's that? Yeah. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb and Jack are here as well. Trivia coming up in just a few minutes. Not only do we have tickets to see Orlando City soccer play, we're also throwing in a $50 gift card to our friends over at Pyrospot Fireworks, the best in town. 3 convenient locations for you as well this year. Eustis, Sanford, and Longwood. Buy one, get 2 free.
Go to iwantfireworks.com and get directions to the location nearest you.
That's right. CNN Travel had a story today and it said these are the top 10 places you should visit.
I love it.
In 2024.
Let's go.
And really, to be honest with you, and Jack is into this as well. I mean, Deb, I know that you and Chris have done this. You go to places like but you kind of flew to some places, but you guys have been to Savannah a number of times.
Oh, that's
like
our
spot.
place. That's our special city.
And I really, and to be honest with you, I think, Tori and I did this with New Orleans. We went 15, 16, 18 times or whatever until we kind of felt that we had seen and felt what the city had to offer, food, drink, experiences, whatever.
That's still a bucket list city for me.
See, but I think I'm about to switch my attention to Savannah.
You stay out of there. That's mine.
Well, the reason why is
I was there first.
You weren't.
It's so accessible.
I know.
It's so easy to get there. It's like an afternoon drive.
It's 3 hours and 47 minutes from my front door to the inn that we stay in. Do you realize that is not even half the time it would take us to get to Key West in our own state?
Unbelievable, right?
Which is why with that Lauren Rowe deal that she told us, that Allegiant flying out of Sanford, you can fly out of Sanford to Key West for the day.
Yeah, for like $28 or whatever it is. I mean, we're a little bit more than that, but it's crazy. And you're right. You can even drive to Miami that fast.
I wouldn't do a drive to Key West, but I'll drive to Savannah all day long.
Key West drive sucks.
Oh, it sucks. And that's without the bridge being backed up.
So here's some of the places. Not only will I tell you where, I'll tell you why. Number 1, and the only reason I know this place is because of an underwear commercial.
Haines City.
No, that's really funny, though. Duluth, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Duluth, Minnesota.
Hey, it's a good time up there, eh?
Now, what is that underwear company?
Oh, I think it's Duluth Trading Company.
It's Duluth Trading Company. That's right.
That's the one with the animated.
The stick-drawn guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So Duluth apparently has a gigantic beer scene up there. It's on the lake. It's on Lake Superior.
Yeah.
Lots of outdoor activities. A cluster of lakeside attractions. A revitalized neighborhood showcasing homemade goods areas. So you can go up there. It's very hometowny. They said you can join Duluthians in a community sauna, followed by a dip in Amity Creek.
That's when you know that your state was founded by more Swedes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Minnesota is very Swedish.
Yeah, really?
Yes, so you'll hear things about the sauna, and you'll hear a lot more Swedish traditions in Minnesota versus what you'd hear in Illinois or Wisconsin.
Did not know that. Did you know there was a giant Swedish population in Michigan or in that area?
In Minnesota.
Minnesota, I'm sorry?
Yes.
You did?
Well, I just know a lot of when the settlers, when they came from Europe, they would stay concentrated.
Yeah.
And in that area, you have, those people.
Yeah, that's funny. I didn't know. I know other populations that are around. Obviously, Pennsylvania is has a lot of Dutch and in areas like that. But I did not know that Duluth, Minnesota was known for its Swedish population.
Minnesota in general, you're just going to hear a lot more Swedish kind of traditions in Minnesota versus like Wisconsin's very German.
Right. Knew
And
that.
very French as
Right,
well.
Right. The next one up is another one. It says Knoxville, Tennessee.
Oh, wow.
Now, again, when you think Tennessee, you do not think Knoxville. You think Memphis.
Nashville.
And you think
Memphis or
Nashville.
Nashville, yeah.
Right, but it says that it says you may know both of those, and this is, of course, where the University of Tennessee is. But I guess that they have a really blossoming music scene that is starting to kind of rival those two cities. So if you want to see some, and the 82 World's Fair was there, apparently. They have some kind of glass tower you can go see. I've never been to Knoxville.
I haven't either.
It says...
You're not selling me yet.
Yeah. It says
glass tower, huh?
It says
I haven't even seen Bach Tower yet.
It says burgeoning music scene, delightful classic theaters, delicious food, and a 1,500-acre urban wilderness area for outdoor adventures. Jack, not sold on Knoxville yet? All right, so let me try to sell you somewhere else.
Okay,
then.
what else you got?
How about Grand Rapids, Michigan, Jack?
Okay. Talk to me.
Apparently, with a world-class sculpture park and public art all over town, which I did not know, Grand Rapids is far more than Beer City, USA. Did you have any idea that Grand Rapids, Michigan was considered Beer City, USA?
No.
I would give that to Milwaukee or
Milwaukee
Chicago.
is what I would have.
How many?
Because of happy.
How many breweries do you think are in Grand Rapids, Michigan?
13.
I'll take the over.
Okay, well, that's 100.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
100 breweries.
Way to go, Jack.
Right. So they have breweries, distilleries, and cideries, which I've not heard of that before. It's the second largest city in Michigan. It says they have tons of museums. They have deep design roots. I don't know. Is it known for like design? I don't even know.
I don't know, but I do know that it's one of the spots in the country where you can still find a house for under $200,000.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bad sign. They're also planning a big thing on the river up there. I guess that they have the Grand River, and they're building a giant complex up there. So get ready for Grand. How about here's one? Then this one I do not understand, and we are close to it. By the way, none of these are in Florida.
I wonder why.
Macon, Georgia. Macon, Georgia.
Yeah. I had a bad experience in Macon.
With is it that their town slogan? Have a bad experience here.
Yeah, exactly.
Museums, a revived studio dedicated to its musical heritage. They have tons of cultural attractions. A revitalized downtown has made way for new restaurants, bars, and a boutique hotel. Turning thousands of years of, or it says a plush site turning hundreds of years of history into Georgia's first U.S. national park, the Muskogee Creek Nation. So there you go, Macon, Georgia. Flagstaff, Arizona. No idea. Oh, tons of Native American history there as well.
Oh, that would be cool.
Tons of monuments. The Lowell Observatory is there.
Ooh.
It's known as Dark Sky City. So apparently you can see a bunch of cool stuff up there.
Okay.
When the sun goes down, which
That's
is nice.
what you want to do, yeah.
San Luis Obispo, California is on that list, right? Gorgeous scenery, retro vibe, outdoor activities, wineries, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Have you thought about going to any of these cities I've mentioned so far? Let me help you out. I have not.
Yeah.
Not even one.
No.
I actually avoid even driving through Macon. I go around in the ocean. I'm joking.
Yep, same here.
Now, here's two that I have been to, and both of them are kind of cool. Didn't spend a lot of time walking around this one city, but did go Portland, Maine. And I will tell you guys from Florida, if you want to escape this area inexpensively and have an amazing experience, seeing cool stuff, eating great food, drinking great beer, go to the state of Maine. You can fly out of Sanford, Florida for under $100 and stay there. Go to Bar Harbor, go to Acadia National Park.
Bar Harbor.
It is absolutely awesome.
You always speak highly of this, even though it was almost a side of a near tragedy when you almost kill your wife.
Yeah. Two new James Beard restaurants added to the city. They've been known for years for having good weed and good beer.
Well, if you're going to go anywhere like up north, I say go to Mackinac Island.
Yeah, you can go there. It's not far from there. Mackinac is beautiful as well.
Texters say Grand Rapids, that's a college town, but someone else texts in, they say Flagstaff is awesome.
Really?
Flagstaff, Arizona. Don't forget Winona.
I have to tell you this. The reason I pulled this list is like this is a list I'm making.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, because I'm like, this is what I do. We fly into places, we rent cars, and we drive around and learn about them. We love it.
And I had so much fun doing that in New Mexico. And when we had Lauren Rowan, and she talked about that day trip, that Allegiant Air to Key West, and it's like some of those discount airlines, they go to that other airport, right? Like, Sanford, Orlando, with all due respect, that's the other airport from Orlando's MCO.
Yes.
So, but if you can get cheaper flights, it's like, okay, so this goes to Islip, Long Island, or you find what's in the area there. This one goes to Allentown.
Right.
What can you do in that area? And if you can piece like 3 or more points of interest, I mean, that's a few days right there.
Yeah, and not to mention, when you fly into a place like that, you figure what it costs to fly in one of the big airlines like Delta, American, whatever the case may be, those tickets are going to be like sometimes 70% more than what you can fly out of Sanford. So the money you save there buys your rental car for you, and then you can go and enjoy that stuff and just be on your own schedule.
And what I found out just in April, a rental car in New Mexico was like half the price it was that I was paying in the Northeast for a rental car.
Absolutely.
For less time.
I'm telling you, man, you get up to Maine, go to Portland, go to Bar Harbor, go to Bangor. It is a beautiful state, and to be honest with you, it's so small. You're right near Quebec. You can drive from Bangor, Maine, into Quebec City in a couple hours.
Provided you have no warrants out.
Right, exactly.
Banger's only fun when the sun is up and the airport is open, because when you have to land there to refuel in the wintertime and step off the tarmac and stand there.
You don't know. You do not want to be there in the winter.
Before you land in Orlando and the FBI storms your plane.
Yeah,
but that's a story for another day.
Let me clear this up real quick. Portland, Maine's awesome between, let's say, May
yes,
and September.
Yep.
Anything after that, you avoid that.
Yeah.
Don't.
Unless you know how to get around in all that snow.
Tacoma, Washington is up here.
I could see that.
I've been to Tacoma. It is beautiful. Now, Tacoma had a weird reputation for a while. What makes Tacoma very interesting is it's 30 minutes from Seattle and Mount Rainier. And if you've never seen Mount Rainier, I will tell you this. This is my humble opinion. It's worth the flight to go out to Tacoma, rent a car, and drive to Seattle and look at that thing from the road. You simply can't imagine how big it is. You just can't. And I've told the story before, and I'll tell it again. We flew up there to see my daughter when she was stationed up there. We flew into SeaTac, Seattle. They call it SeaTac Seattle Tacoma because they're like 25 minutes apart. And as we're driving back, I'm talking to my daughter. I'm in the passenger seat. And she says, "Oh, wow, you can really see the mountain great today." And I didn't realize kind of what she was talking about. I was so excited to see her and to be off the plane and, because it's a 6-hour flight, blah, 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 blah. I said, "What are you talking about?" She goes, "Yeah, the mountain, it's really clear today." And I looked left, and it took up the entire scope of where I was looking.
Yeah.
Like this mountain took up the entire scope from beginning to end as my eyes could see. And then she looks at me and says, "That's 100 miles from us." I went, "What? 100 miles? It should look like an anthill." She goes, "Dad, you just simply can't imagine how massive that thing is." Because she and her husband at the time, they would go up there and kind of spend weekends up there, like hiking around and stuff. So when you get up there to it, you can't imagine the scope of how big it is.
One of the things I was fascinated by when Chris took me to stay in the treehouse for my birthday out in Oregon was driving along and having my best friend point out, "So you see that stand of trees that have just been mowed down?" And she explained that was from the rocks when Mount St. Helens erupted.
Oh, my God.
How far they had traveled and where the rocks landed in lakes, took out the tops of other hills because of the velocity at which they were traveling from that eruption. It was crazy to see 30, 40 years after that eruption, and the earth is still bearing the scars. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. It's awesome up there, man. Again, the only problem is getting out there because it is a 6 or so hour flight.
And
it can be expensive, to get out there. But it's it's worth the trip because up that West Coast, and you can go from Oregon to Washington
California.
State and all that area. And they're not short drives, but they're beautiful scenic drives. That's the thing.
We don't get to see redwoods
Right.
here. And seeing a redwood is, if you've only seen them in pictures, and To see a tree that literally looks like it could be a building, like a skyscraper.
Well, they
building.
cut car tunnels through them.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, you think about it. They cut a tunnel through it.
Yeah, there's one tree. I think it's the oldest or largest. Its trunk is something like 39 feet around.
Oh,
it's probably even bigger than that.
Providence, Rhode Island. I've never been to Rhode Island.
I've been
ever.
there. It's beautiful. Go to Block Island if you go to Rhode Island.
Really?
You have to take a ferry.
Wait, you go to like the smallest state, which is an island, and you're suggesting go to a smaller island?
Absolutely.
It says here that Providence has a dazzling downtown riverfront area, art, architecture, tons of great food, all kinds of cool stuff up there. Plenty to admire. Top-notch seafood and Italian cuisine, diverse restaurants. That's Providence. I've never been there. And then lastly, I've never been to this place either. I've driven through this place, but the number one on their list is Richmond, Virginia.
Really?
Yeah, it says cultural attractions, dining and drinks, intriguing neighborhoods. They call it the RVA. That's what the kids call it. The RVA. It says it deserves more national attention because by other capital cities. Of course, it says here that it earns high scores for top-notch museums, dynamic neighborhoods, and he says it. And it's taking a look at its complicated history.
Oh,
that's the South.
Exactly.
In general, just taking lots of wine around there, apparently. Year-long roundup of festivities and festivals. So Richmond, Virginia. Again, I've never been there, but these are all places I'm marking on my calendar to take a visit because I like learning about America. I like America. And we are traveling to Europe here soon.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, we're going next year. For sure, we're going next year. But in that same sense, there are so many great places to see right here in America and support this economy here as we, kind of move around. That's what I like about traveling around here. And we try to spend as much money as we can at mom and pops and not at chains. That's when we go dining, we rarely dine at chains because we want those people to get the money.
Well, not only that, why would you go to a chain restaurant that you can go to down the street when you're in a completely new city?
You have not lived till you had the North Carolina Whopper.
Oh, get out of here. Can I tell you, they can't make anything in there. I mean, if it's in Charlotte, I mean, it's terrible. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Back in a sec with trivia. Load them up. It's time to give some stuff away.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
These kids at like 13 years old, they traditionally wouldn't offer them up any kind of medication to help them out with losing weight.
I was never offered anything.
What was the age that it was the worst for you? Do you remember? Like, were kids making fun of you and stuff?
36.
The News Junkie. Weekdays at 11 on Real Radio 104.1.
This is Super Bowl champion Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mattress Firm.
Playing receiver has become one of the more lucrative positions in all of football. But much like the quarterbacking position, there doesn't seem to be much of a middle ground when negotiating new deals. And with rookie receivers coming into the league more polished than ever, unless you're looking for a contract similar to Devontae Smith or Jalen Waddle, teams may start to look towards the draft to fill the void of receivers like T. Higgins and Brandon Ayuk. I'm Dan Patrick.
Mattress Firm's July 4th sale is your chance to get matched with your coolest Z's yet. Save $500 on Tempur-Breeze mattresses with free and fast delivery. All night cooling, all summer long. Discover the difference the right bed makes. Restrictions apply.
Time for that new bathroom, courtesy of Rebath of Mid-Florida. They are awesome, and they really want to get you a bathroom that you can really be proud of, and they do this every single day. And guys, let me tell you what this is. This is coming in your house, demoing the bathroom you have now, taking the beautiful products they have with their incredible installers and installing a bathroom of your dreams. Here's the thing. That entire process I just mentioned is 4 to 6 days. That's right. Not weeks, not months. It's days. They do it with their employees. That means no subcontractors. You know the team every day until they're done. And when they are done, you basically get yourself a warranty, a guarantee for life. These guys are great. They have incredible products. They have a catalog of things that you can choose from, multiple choices of tubs and toilets and sinks and tile and lighting. And even better, if you mention the Jim Colbert Show, $800 in upgrades to your bathroom. Use that how you will. And you can actually see how. Just go to the website. Look at what they've done for people. It's rebathmidfla.com. You're going to love doing business with them. Mention that Jim Colbert Show and get $800 in upgrades. It's rebathmidfla.com.
Glad to finally have you over. What do you think? You could install a bay window to let in more natural light over there. Huh? Sorry.
Sorry, it's just that I saved hundreds on my Navy Federal Credit Union home equity loan. Now I see potential home improvement projects everywhere.
Learn more about how our home equity loans with no closing costs can help you get more from your home base at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Equal housing lender. Membership required. Loan subject to change.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most: attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day, but when we're driving, cooking, working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Call 844-ADD-HELP-5. That's 844-ADD-HELP-5.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In Office Orlando.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-954-3322. 800-954-3322. 800-954-3322.
A picture is worth 1,000 words, but a video is priceless. I'm attorney Mo DeWitt, and we have access to every single traffic camera in the state of Florida. Injured on the go, just call Mo, Orlando's injury attorneys.
Jim Colbert here for FAS Windows and Doors. Are your energy costs through the roof? Well, it's time to replace your single-pane aluminum windows with the most energy-efficient option available. Keep the heat outside during the summer and inside during the winter. Too much outside noise getting in? Considering replacing older windows and doors with laminated insulated glass, providing as much as 100% improvement. Keep that noise outside where it belongs. Offering rebates of $100 per window and $200 per door. Also offering 24-month, no money down, no payment, no interest financing. For a completely free in-home consultation, call FAS or visit them online. Trust the leader, FAS.com.
When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing, it's the sheet. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the sheet. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the sheet. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the sheet.
Steve Kramer here with the divorce tip. Inheritance isn't a marital asset unless you handle the money wrong or your divorce wrong. Then you can lose it to your ex. Call Trenley and Kramer, TK Law. We do divorce. OneFirmForLife.com.
It's the Marketer's Report. Today, Capital One's Chief Brand Officer, Mark Mentry, weighs in on building loyalty with customers.
Capital One has really worked to create amazing access moments for our customers. We will do sound check parties that only Capital One cardholders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without iHeart.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
I'm Olivia. When I was injured in a car crash, I knew from listening to this station who I needed to call. I called attorney Glenn Klossman. I knew I had a super lawyer on my side. I was extremely happy with the results. I'm Olivia, and I highly recommend attorney Glenn Klossman, Office Winter Park.
We now return to the Jim Colbert Show.
Good afternoon, morning, Colbert crew. So out of that list, wasn't interested in many. But I will say, the one, Portland, Maine. Maine is an awesome place to go and visit. I have a whole bunch of family up there, up in Saco, Maine, which is a little inland of Old Orchard Beach, for anyone familiar. It's an awesome place, very homey, great food, great sights, and just a great place to go chill and relax. Big T out.
Big T out. Yeah, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. If you want to check that story out and read more about that, I think it was a CNN story I got today. CNN.com travel, best towns in America to visit. It was 10 of them, and you know all of them. I mean, you know those names. You just probably never thought to visit them outside of going there for a family event or a corporate event. You never thought to do that, but all of them seem to have some things that would be very interesting to visit.
Some nice options. Just be aware, if you do go to Mackinac Island, you have to walk. There are no cars.
There are no cars.
There's a fire truck. That's
it. Right. But there's horse carriages, right?
Oh, a lot of them. And bicycles.
All right, 407-916-1041. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb is here.
Hello.
And Jack has the Jackie sack. All aboard.
Oh, chugga, chugga.
Choo-choo.
Lickety-clack, lickety-clack.
All right, in the sack today, we're doubling up the prizes all week long. We've married two great tastes that taste great together.
All right.
We are talking fireworks and soccer.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
A pair of tickets to Orlando City SC versus DC United July 6th at Inter & Co Stadium. That's brought to you by WG Sports Center. Discover indoor soccer coming soon near you. Follow them at WGS Sports Center. You've also won a $50 Pyro Spot gift certificate offering the best products from the biggest names in fireworks. Find the closest retailer location now at iwantfireworks.com.
And by the way, that has some buying power, $50. And remember, it's buy one, get two free. So, I mean, $50 can actually do some damage there.
And Jackie Sack is brought to you by
Cento Family Moving and Storage. Everybody knows moving sucks. Call them. They can handle your move. Doesn't matter if it's local, long distance, residential, or commercial. But it does matter if you mention the Jim Colbert Show, because that bad boy is going to get you a discount.
Tell me more.
Book them today at CentoMoving.com. That's CENTO. Moving.com. Good to have you back, Clickety-clack. Back to you.
Good to be back. Thank you so much. All right, Jack, who goes first today?
That would be Josh.
Josh, right up top. Joshua, how are you?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful, my friend. Would you like to play a little game with us?
I would love to.
Let's do it then.
Do you want to play a game?
All right, Josh, this is as easy as it gets, buddy. I got a question here for you. 4 answers. One of these answers, however, is a swerve.
No.
It's a lie, buddy. If you can find it, I will send you off to an Orlando City soccer match. And, of course, we'll do that with a $50 gift card from our friends over at Pyro Spot Fireworks, 3 locations here in Central Florida. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Here we go, buddy. On this day in 1902, the Goodfellow Dry Goods Company opened its very first store in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Oh, you don't know who that is? The Goodfellow Dry Goods Company is known today as Target.
Oh, wow.
That's right. Target's been around for 122 years.
Don't you mean Target?
Target. Well, more about that in a second. Yeah, buddy. If we're talking about Target, here are 3 fun facts about Target and one bullseye of a lie. Number 1.
Love that place.
The last state to get a Target store was North Dakota. Number 2. The median household income of a Target shopper is $64,000. Number 3, Mark Dayton, the grandson of Target founder George Dayton, was the governor of Minnesota from 2011 till 2019. Or lastly, in Target, it's company policy that you can breastfeed anywhere in the store you want. Which one of those is a lie?
I'm going to go with number 3.
No, that's true, buddy. Mark Dayton, who is the grandson of the founder of Target, his name is George Dayton, was the governor of Minnesota from 2011 until 2019. That's a true statement there. Who's next, Jack?
Wow.
Garrett.
Let's go to Garrett there on the bottom. Garrett, how you doing, buddy?
Doing well. How are you guys?
Good, buddy. We're talking about Target. Today is their birthday in 1902. Which one of these is untrue regarding Target? Number 1, it was the last state to get the last state to get a Target store was North Dakota. Number 2, the median household income of a Target shopper is $64,000. Or lastly, in Target, it's company policy that you can breastfeed anywhere you want in the store. Which of those is a lie?
I'm going number 1.
Number 1's the one, buddy. You're a winner! One stumble, that's all it takes. And
That's exactly what it was.
And the funny thing is, I'm going to start doing that on purpose.
Oh.
I today, you did it. You screwed everybody over. You can be the guy, and you can be famous for it. You're the guy. I'm going to start stumbling on purpose because what it is, I put dots between the answer. So when I got to the answer, I kind of stumbled a little bit. I'm going to do that every time now.
There we go. Take away that tell, Jimmy.
That's
Take it
right.
away.
I got to do something. I got to do it. Yeah, what do you think the last state to get a Target was?
Alaska.
It's not Alaska. That's exactly what I thought it would have been. I picked North Dakota because it seemed so obvious. Like, there's nobody in North Dakota to shop. So why would you build a store there, right? There are
Wyoming?
fewer people in the state of North Dakota than there are in the city of Orlando.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Vermont.
Really?
Vermont was the very last state to get a Target in the U.S. here. The median household income of a Target shopper is $64,000. And in Target, it is company policy. You can whip that boob out and feed that kid wherever you want. You can do it at self-checkout if you want. You can sit your baby right there on the scanner and fill it up with a boob, and off you go.
I think I'm going to try that soon.
Please do. That Target joke?
Yeah?
How long do you think that's been around?
Oh.
How long do you think they've been making the Target joke?
20, 25 years?
I'd say more. 30, 35?
1962.
Oh, my
Damn,
goodness.
you're kidding.
Actually, the funny thing is,
62 years.
they didn't change the name of the store until 1962. It didn't become Target until 62. It was that dry goods, Goodfellow Dry Goods, and then they opened it up as Target, and they went for a bigger platform. It's like a mom and dad, like, basically sundry store.
Right, yeah.
And they turned it into this giant department center. In 1962, people started calling it Target.
Wow.
Target exists because of a church fire. And here's the story. When the Westminster Presbyterian Church burned down in 1895, George Dayton realized the land that was on was really good. So he swept in and purchased the land the burnt down church was on and built his 6-story store there.
Oh, wow. That's a pretty big store.
You get the land cheap. Still paid over $100,000 in the late 1800s for it, though.
That's a lot of money.
Sure is. And it is in Target policy. You can do whatever you want there. Let's see. Target once offered oversized sweatsuits. Do you guys remember this story? Do you guys remember that? Target has a history of making these gaffes. Of doing these things that kind of get them in a little bit of cultural trouble sometimes. Yeah. Target once offered an oversized sweatsuit in a certain color. Because, color's like, well, that's tan or that's khaki. What do you think the color was for this oversized sweatsuit?
Brown.
No. It was manatee gray.
Oh,
Oh, that's the name of the color? It was manatee gray?
On their quadruple X sweatsuits.
Yeah. Oof.
Maybe call them hippopotamus gray, maybe elephant gray.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then lastly here, it was Target that revolutionized the
self-checkout.
No, that's a great guess. They're the only store I know that has these that is a major store. Starbucks?
Oh,
No.
I love the scanners that let you check the price.
No.
That's a good one.
You use it to shop.
Clean floors, shopping carts.
What about them?
Plastic.
They're the first ones to build plastic shopping carts.
Wow, that's true.
It weighs 20 pounds lighter than a standard metal shopping cart and actually costs less as well.
What? Yeah, but it's plastic.
And they don't get banged up that bad, though.
That's true.
And when they hit your car in the parking lot,
They don't bang that up.
That's right.
Yeah.
No scratches. There you go. Target, born today in 1902. Or excuse me. Yeah, the store was 1902, founded in 1898, and then didn't come to fruition until a few years later when they built the store.
Need to go get me some Target time.
I love the Target.
I do too.
Big fan of the Target.
Same here.
Good clothes in Target, believe it or not.
Furniture is great in Target.
Yeah.
You know what you can't get in Target? Good cell reception.
Oh, really?
Yeah, at least in mine.
Really?
Yeah. So I can't go and say, oh, I got a question. Honey,
Right.
you can't get a line.
I used to love shopping at the Soto one, where I think at the time it was the first one that had the parking garage with the escalator for your cart.
Yeah.
And then the great big wide elevator doors when you got to the top because, it's right in that tiny spot downtown Orlando. Can't spread out, got to go up.
That's the common thing. Every Target we saw in a metropolitan area as we traveled this past week was one of those multi-story Targets.
Yep.
Because just like you're saying, in those established cities been around for a while, you can't go out, you got to go up.
Yep.
Because the property already exists and everything else is built around it.
And it's cool to watch your cart go on its own escalator.
Yeah. It is cool.
It turns you into a kid again.
All right, 407-916-1041. You can text us at 77031. Universal Studios is at it again. I'll explain what. And Deb, you definitely want to pay attention to this story.
Okay.
That's next.
Real Radio has your chance to win a trip to see the Eagles perform at the Sphere in Las Vegas, courtesy of Live Nation. Just listen to Real Radio 104.1 on our free iHeartRadio app to qualify to win.
Slowdowns continue on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area by the major attractions exits. Still looking at problems on 436 due to a crash blocking all eastbound lanes at Lake Underhill Road. Accident activity reported westbound on the 408, blocking the right lane just before the I-4 exit. If you see other traffic problems today, make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Do you ever pull into your driveway and wish you could replace those single-pane aluminum windows, all that lost AC, especially on a day like today, not to mention your weathered front door? Well, you can with the latest designs from Renewal by Andersen. Renewal by Andersen delivers custom-designed, energy-saving windows and doors using their unique Fibrex material, which combines elegance and resilience, offering you double the strength of traditional vinyl. And then you can just sit back and relax because you've chosen a company that can handle your replacement project from start to finish. Plus, everything is made in the USA in Minnesota. So get started now through June. Buy one window or patio door and receive 40% off plus zero down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. And if you're looking for a new career, they're hiring experienced window and door installers. Just go to rbafla.com for complete details. Some restrictions apply. Official sponsor of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. License number CGC 1527613.
Cento Family Moving and Storage is Central Florida's trusted source for local and long-distance moving. From packing to delivery, Cento Moving is fully licensed and insured to provide you a seamless moving experience so you can enjoy your new home in no time. Get a quote today at centomoving.com. Forget the stress, move with the best.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535 or biglou.com.
Sunnyside Air Conditioning.
Oh, hi. My air conditioner is blowing hot.
For air conditioners making a funny noise, press 1.
No, it's...
Try to listen to the whole message before making a selection.
Sorry.
For air conditioners blowing cold, but not quite cold enough, press 2.
No, it's blowing hot.
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Well, can we speed this up?
Don't get grumpy with me, or I'll take you back to the main menu.
No, anything but that. Please don't send me back to the main menu.
Fine, but I'm watching you.
Bet if I'd called Frank Gay, I'd already be getting my problem solved.
But you didn't call Frank Gay. So, what do we do now?
I'm calling Frank Gay.
When your air conditioner is blowing hot, you need a solution now. A helpful operator to guide you, all your options explained, and your problem fixed fast. That's the Frank Gay way.
If you're ready to pull your hair out, press 7.
Ah!
That's the Frank Gay way. FrankGayServices.com.
My wife and I we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage.
You met with the stable boy despite your father's orders. He hoisted you onto the saddle and you wrapped your arms around him, embracing his silent strength. He lay you down amongst the wildflowers. You experienced love like never before while you were buying dish soap. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover heart-stopping romance titles on Audible.
GMC Sierra trucks in stock now at orangebuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because clients and character matter. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM Cocoa Beach, Orlando, an iHeart radio station, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show, also available to watch at The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Hey, Jim, Jack, and Deb. When my kids were little, we used to go to Target like it was a theme park, and we'd get one of those giant carts that had the seats, and we would just tool around and look at every single toy in every single toy aisle. They literally knew where every toy was, and we'd get either popcorn or a pretzel or a Slurpee, and they'd each get $1 to spend at the dollar spot.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Our buddy Ray Trentley coming up in just a sec.
That is a thing I think is becoming more popular on social media, on any of your social platform, YouTube specifically.
Which is what?
The nostalgia stuff from your childhood. Like she's talking about going to Target. I watched one the other day on like the history of Kmart.
Oh yeah, man.
You know, but it's also, it was from someone, and if you grew up in the 70s and 80s, Kmart was a big deal.
A gigantic. Well, it was pre-Walmart.
Yeah, and it was 1990 when Walmart passed them, and then it was just been a downward slide ever since.
Yeah, it sure has.
Yeah.
Saw a meme this weekend based on Kmart, and the meme was it was this performer, it's a black guy. I've never seen him before, but he had a wide brim hat that had like tassels hanging down. But the tassels were like 6 or 7 inches long, like they covered his face. And he had a little motor on it that when he pushed a button, the tassels would kind of come away from the side, almost like a theater door opening, right? And the meme was, this is me coming out of the closed displays in Kmart after my mom asked the manager to put a shout out.
Yeah.
Because back in the day, Kmart would have those round closed displays.
Most stores did.
And as a kid, the best thing in the world would play hide and seek in Kmart and to climb in the middle of that thing, and nobody could find you. Well, when you would do that, your mom think you got abducted, and she would go to the manager, and they would put an all call out across the store to find you. And then you'd have to part those clothes and step out to get that ass whipping. Because that's exactly what was going to happen.
They all had those round displays.
Oh, yeah.
And every kid would stand in the middle waiting to hear their mom going, "Where are you?"
Yeah, that's right.
"Where are you?"
And then you get to hear me get dragged into the dressing room. Oddly, mom's got no clothes, but a belt. I got my ass worn out for being lost in Kmart for 2 hours. God, it was so good. I take that ass whipping every day. It was so much fun.
Good times.
All right, 407-916-1041. Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb is here.
Hello.
So is Jack.
Yeah.
Ray Trentley coming up in about 20 or so. We'll talk to our good friend from TK Law in just a sec. All right, so we know that Universal Studios is building that brand new thing called Epic Universe.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so do you guys know anything about the different worlds that are going to be part of this thing?
I've watched some of the videos. Like, they have a lot of drone videos, and people have channels dedicated to following this the construction of it.
Sure. Now, I think the biggest part of this is going to be the Mario. Is it the Mario Kart Land or whatever? Is that what that is?
That's one of them for Nintendo. I believe when you were away, they broke news on Epic Monsters.
The Dark Universe.
Universe.
So that's what this is. That's what I was going to ask you guys about.
Yeah.
Did you guys go over what they're going to do here?
No. Well, I mean, we know that they're going to have, classic monsters. Frankenstein's monster, Wolfman.
And a steakhouse.
That's
Vampire
right.
Steakhouse.
Yeah,
That's right.
So when I read about it, I didn't think about you guys talking about it until as soon as we went, until I pitched it. I went to Deb and I said, did you guys do anything like this? And I knew about the Epic Universe, but I thought the Epic Universe was mostly built around that Mario Kart kind of thing or whatever that is. Is it Mario Brothers, Super Mario?
And Nintendo, but I
Nintendo,
think
that's
it's kind of like Islands of Adventure where you have different universes inside, one big park. So you have different experiences.
But I thought the park was pretty much always going to be that, and then your experiences would be within that Nintendo world. That's what I thought. I didn't know it was going to be like the Nintendo part was just going to be part of it. This is the first I'm hearing of the Dark Universe thing.
Well, it's called Epic Universe. Right? And Epic Universe encompasses all 5 of the different universes that are going to be encased in this whole new park.
Right, and it's going to have the vampires, werewolves. Now, did you guys hear that that the park made a concerted decision to not make it for family? Like, this is considered to be like a PG. By the way, this is Fox 35 Live. Fox 35. They're not really considering family in this. This is a PG-13 part of the park. And, I mean, you talk about a gamble. And again, I mean, I think Universal's always kind of done this. And they're everywhere from 10 years old to 100 years old can enjoy Universal. It's not like Disney where it's primarily built for, kids right 12 and under mostly.
Yeah.
Except for the Star Wars stuff and some of the other stuff.
And adults suffering from Arrested Development.
Exactly. That's why they added alcohol, right? Exactly.
And I think that's one of the things that Universal's always tried to continue to separate themselves from the Disney.
Always had more edge.
Always had more edge.
Yeah.
And I think another thing is they're tapping into a really untapped market because that, 13 to 18, 21 group, you get that Epic Universe in there and they're going to enjoy it.
And I think you see it with Halloween Horror Nights.
Yeah.
The explosion.
And the expansion.
Of how popular that is. It's
starts in a month and a half.
Mind-numbing. Yeah, right?
It starts in a month and a half.
You better get online now.
Exactly.
But so it's kind of in that theme.
So what they're saying here is like, throughout all of Orlando's theme parks, they got fairies, princesses, sci-fi and superheroes, animals from land, air, and sea. But soon things gonna change because Universal's coming out with vampires, werewolves, Frankensteins. And they're saying that the main ride, have you heard about this thing?
I don't know.
The main ride in the park is going to be the scariest ride Universal Created has ever done. Just going on this single attraction, this is what they say from the park, is going to be a badge of honor to say that you actually went on that. Remember when that was like that for Space Mountain? When they first built Space Mountain, it was so crazy that if you came to, you came to Disney and you rode Space Mountain, you went home and you bragged to your friends that you didn't get your head cut off or didn't get thrown out. You felt your eyes going back in your head. But they're doing it, and it says they're going to have a ton of cool stuff. It's going to be a PG-13 rating kind of throughout the entire place. One of the rides is called the Curse of the Werewolf. It's going to be a spinning, it says family-friendly coaster. Well, you'll actually be attacked by the werewolf. Monsters Unchained. But it sounds fun, and they're going to have themed restaurants and everything to go to that kind of more adult kind of darker side, which I think is good because when you talk about all the movies through all the superhero realm, I've said it for years, they're only as good as the bad guy.
Yeah.
And we don't revel in the bad guy enough. It doesn't make you a bad person to like the bad guy. The bad guy creates all the cool stuff. What good is it to have a good guy flying around just doing good guy stuff all the time? That's no fun. You got to have a bad guy creating some turmoil for the good guy to really look better. And I think they're kind of doing this. They're going to have a village called Darkmoor where you can walk through and all those classic Hollywood monsters will be around. I think this sounds fun.
And I like those. And I remember when they had the classic monsters as a theme for one of the houses. And I think they've probably done it a couple times at Halloween Horror Nights. That was one of my favorite houses. And some people I've heard criticizing the fact that, well, those aren't really popular. The classic ones aren't popular with the new generation, but I think it's stuff like that that makes them popular.
Yeah, I think so too, because I mean, people love to pay homage to the things that started. I mean, you may like the Alien monster, you may like some of the new stuff from Stranger Things, or The Quiet Place, or any of those monsters, but those monsters would have never been thought of or existed had it not been for these 3 or 4 characters that really kind of took Hollywood by storm back in the 30s and 40s. They started making these movies, and they changed the way that filmmaking made.
Well,
I mean, horror movies basically started with the Walk of the Living Dead? Is it the movie, the one with the Romero?
I think it was more Bela Lugosi in the 1920s playing the part
You're
of
right,
Nosferatu.
But the zombie movie.
Nosferatu.
Yeah, and he did Dracula as well, did he not?
Yes, which is the Latin name for Dracula is Nosferatu, I believe.
Yeah. And then what was the other guy, the big actor that did the Frankenstein? Because there were 2 guys that did all the movies back then. It was Bela Lugosi, and it was the guy who did Frankenstein, a big dude, and he was a big popular actor. You got to look it up, because I mean, you know who it is,
Fred
right?
Gwynn.
No, it's not Fred Gwynn. He did the Munster. He did the Munster.
He's still a tall guy, though.
Yeah. But I was thinking it was.
It'd be nice if they did their themed restaurant like Raven's Manor out in Portland, Oregon. It looks like a crime scene in the bathroom, Jimmy. There's like red splashes in the sinks.
Where?
It's in Portland, Oregon. It's called Raven's Manor.
Really?
It's a haunted themed bar.
Boris Karloff.
There
That's
you
him.
go.
Boris Karloff, yeah.
Yep.
Because he also played a number of other bad guys. There were only about a few dudes back in the day that did that. There was Bela Lugosi, Boris Karloff, and there was one more. There was one more of those actors back in the day that made pretty much all of those movies. And I think Bela is the guy who fell on the worst luck. He was the guy that died while shooting Planet 9 from Outer Space Order, which is considered to be the worst movie of all time.
Is that the Ed Wood movie?
Yeah, the
Lon
Ed Wood.
Chaney.
Lon Chaney.
There you go.
Thanks to our texting service.
That's exactly. Those were the 3 big players back in the day. They played ghouls and monsters and stuff. And man, I tell you, those guys, outside of the leading men in Hollywood, at one point, those guys were that was the game. Like you were in those old movies and the UFO movies back in the day.
Yeah.
Like they took over Hollywood through the 40s and 50s. That's back when, man, you watch those old movies. To me, they still hold up. That movie making still holds up. And even though it's very rudimentary and everything is so much more CGI, you get the idea. Like they made this movie with like limited everything, limited lighting, resources. The film was bad. Half of the prints went bad. The actors were surly. They were getting paid like standard wages as if they were like delivering packages. It wasn't like it is today. They signed these multi-year contracts with these studios, and they would make a movie, and it would wind up being like $100 for the movie, but they would make a bunch of them, and it was more volume than it was, you get a $20 million for one picture because you're famous.
Nope. Still got to go out there and help build the set.
You had to grind it out, right? You had to help build the set. All right, 407-916-1041. You can text us easily at 77031. Take a little break. We'll come back with our buddy Ray Trenley from TK Law next.
At 7, it's a corporate time with Tom and Dan. Brought to you by Gringos Locos and Modern Plumbing Industries. At 9 p.m., it's Real Laughs with comedians James, Miguel, Ken, and Mike. And Real Music starts tonight at 10 on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Shop the best quality jewelry and lowest price. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Slowdowns continue on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area by the major attractions exits. Still looking at problems on 436 due to a crash blocking all eastbound lanes at Lake Underhill Road. Accident activity reported westbound on the 408, blocking the right lane just before the I-4 exit. If you see other traffic problems today, make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas. September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Don't miss
Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Gwen Stefani, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet,
and more.
Get tickets to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, right now, before they sell out.
At AXS.com.
In today's Marketers Report, Kate Cronin, Chief Brand Officer of Moderna, weighs in on the speed of audio production.
in this day and age, and particularly at Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to feed that information to the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy, and that's what I really like about it.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our Timeshare Exit Information Kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-954-3322, 800-954-3322, 800-954-3322.
Are you prepared for the future? At TK Law Firm, they understand the importance of securing your legacy. Whether you're looking for a will or trust, they can help. Don't leave your legacy to chance. Visit onefirmforlife.com for your free consultation. Protect what matters most. TK Law Firm, your partner in estate planning excellence.
If you own your own home, you're likely sitting on a pile of cash. But if only there was a way to convert that equity into cash. Well, look no further. EasyKnock Sale Leaseback Solutions offer a flexible, convenient way for homeowners to turn their home equity into cold hard cash without the hassle of today's high-interest loans. If you need the money tied up in your home to pay off debts, fund that next move, or just need cash to secure your financial outlook, EasyKnock is the solution. EasyKnock gets you the money you need without worrying about high interest rates or strict lender qualifications. Sell your house to EasyKnock at 100% fair market value and rent it back, getting the time and flexibility you need. It's that simple. EasyKnock enables you to convert the equity in your home to secure a better financial footing. Visit us at EasyKnock.com and turn your home equity into cash today. Terms and conditions apply. EasyKnock Sale Leaseback products are not available in Massachusetts and select states and markets. Purchase price includes a mix of cash and an option.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-254-5751. 800-254-5751. Again, that's 800-254-5751. Coverage, deductibles, and claims may vary. For details, go to EnduranceWarranty.com.
You scaled the sheer cliff face, battling frostbite, running low on oxygen. The wind pierced your skin, and every inch was agony. You reached heights no other human had before, while getting nowhere at airport security. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover best-selling action titles on Audible.
Season 2 of the hit podcast, The Idaho Massacre, explores the aftermath of violence at the University of Idaho that left 4 families mourning and a 28-year-old doctoral student charged. But did his study of criminology play a part in the crime?
Of course, Brian Kohberger's defense team is going to say he's not guilty. That's the only thing they can say. They can't say anything else, so they have to say this.
Listen to The Idaho Massacre on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search The Idaho Massacre.
How do you solve a crime in reverse when you believe that someone was murdered but have no clue who the victim was?
We have to do our job, and we have to find out, who did they kill? If it's possible. How are we going to do that?
Listen to Deep Cover the Nameless Man on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search for Deep Cover the Nameless Man.
This hour of programming is brought to you by My Home Builders Network. Need new windows? Then you need Mike and his team at hbnusa.com.
Now back to the Jim Colbert Show.
Yo, Grand Rapids is beer city. It is the craft mecca of the Midwest United States, however you want to say it. But one thing that they don't have is they don't have Yuengling. You cannot get Yuengling in the Midwest, at least not in Michigan. If I go to Ohio, I can get it. But, being a Philly kid, and then moving to Florida, that was fantastic when I found out that Florida had a Tampa brewery. Oh, my goodness. Delicious.
Yeah, they do a good
Hey,
job.
Jimmy, I'm just going to start this off with a question. Do you think Halloween Horror Nights is PG-13? If so, I've seen some young kids there, under 10, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah.
So even though the Monster Universe part of the park is going to be PG-13, there's still going to be some young kids going to it.
What do you do, Colbert crew? Sorry if I sound a bit strokey, but I'm waiting for Novocaine to wear off. Ain't no more fun on a Monday than going in and getting a tooth ripped out of your skull. Well, anyways, cheers. Happy Monday.
But it did give you that old miner whistle, which is a good sound if you really can pull that off. That thing? Oh, no, it's better than that. What's better than that? Doesn't get your
That's used to say those are my damn dentures, y'all.
407-916-1041. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here.
Good afternoon.
And every single Monday at 6:20, he walks to the door, and he doesn't walk through it. They open for him.
Yeah.
He just to move. He just waves his hand. They open for him. He slides in. The best suits out there. He's a good-looking man. You guys give it up. TK Law, Altamont Springs. It's Mr. Ray Trindley.
I know you meant that as a compliment. When you just say, like, he just slides on in there, kind of reminds me of like a snake. You know?
Yeah. No. You're not a snake.
Not the right imagery we're going for here.
It's like
more of a sachet.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like sachet.
Have you ever seen those things in Hollywood? The doors will open and the guy will strike a pose and he'll just kind of slide in, but he's not walking. He's just kind of like
glides.
like his own coolness is just powering him through the door.
What you don't see, he's on the dolly and they're pulling him.
Yeah, right.
I'm not that cool.
You are kind of cool. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good. How was your weekend?
My weekend was good. I spent yesterday with the kiddos and entertaining them while my wife got a massage to work off Father's Day weekend. You know, that was the deal. I got Father's Day. She got a massage.
Very
And
nice.
so,
I love that.
Yeah, it worked out well for me. So
Yeah. What'd you do with the kids? Anything fun?
Fed them, drove them around a little bit.
That's a good way to start.
Dodged the rain.
My God, this is such a dad move. Everything you said was just the daddest of all dad moves.
He kept them alive. That's
Right,
number one.
exactly.
Job number one.
They survived. We cleaned our rooms.
How old are they? What's the oldest?
9, 7, and 5.
Not quite there yet. You know what's fun?
What's that?
Department store. Hide
and seek.
No. It's a hunt.
Treasure hunt.
Kind of like that. What's the other?
Scavenger
There
hunt.
you go.
I like that idea.
So what you do is you get a list of really interesting things and you give it to your kids, and the first one that gets them all back to you where you're sitting and going through social. All right, you go to the furniture department of like
Yeah,
a
I like
Target
that.
and find yourself and then give them a list. All right, here's the thing. The first one that gets me all this stuff in a like you just give them one of those carried things and they go and find the stuff in the store. You find the really hard stuff for them to find, right? And then when they get it back to you, you give them a prize.
I like that. Going to Target and then give them a list of things, and like each one of them has one thing on their list that they can't find at the store.
Oh yeah.
And that way they just never come
They
and bother
never,
you.
yeah, they never. Yeah.
I mean,
and then you get to walk it all back because it's all coming from the same place. And,
Right.
you know, it's fun.
Teach them some resilience.
That's a broke game. That's what I used to do when I was broke.
Yeah, I played. I played. Was it before it was Macy's? What was it? It was
Dillard's or Burdines.
Burdines.
Or, yeah.
Burdines. I'd go hide in the clothing racks and
that's
and play. hide and seek.
Oh, that was the greatest back in the day.
It really was.
Being a kid, like between the ages of 10 and like 12, where you were cognizant of what was right and wrong, but you didn't give an F.
I was like 18 years old. I'm teasing.
Those were the best days ever.
They really were.
All right, 407-916-1041. Of course, you can always text us at 77031. Ray Trinley visits us on Mondays to talk about some cases. His firm is TK Law. That's onefirmforlife.com. Offices right there in Altamont Springs. What do you have for us this week, buddy?
Well, I think I've shared this with you guys before. I kind of hate homeowners associations and their rules.
Yeah. And by the way, we just had some laws passed to kind of quell those a little bit, right?
We've had a ton of laws passed, and I wanted to highlight one of my favorite ones, which is so couple steps back, right? We've got these deed-restricted communities. Over 44% of the population in the state of Florida lives in a deed-restricted community.
Does that shock you at all?
Yeah, it does in the sense that I used to only think it was registered to a few places in South Florida, a few places in Central Florida, but then you realize those are the most populated places in the state of Florida, and there you go.
Well, you also, the nature of development in this state is to create these semi-exclusive feels with neighborhoods by putting up a gate guard or whatever, or creating an inclusive community, and they do this quite often. And I think now, more than living rurally, more people probably live in those pop-up kind of neighborhoods where a developer will come in and they'll build nice homes, whatever, but it'll all be in the same area. They're all fenced and they all have to play by the same rules. I think that maybe the population around areas like this, that's way more than people living rurally on pieces of land they purchased and developed.
Oh, yeah, I think so, absolutely. And we're seeing it, like you said, with these new developments. They're all kind of the same mold, so to
same
speak.
feel, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So 44% of the population of the state of Florida now lives in deed-restricted communities. And so this new law that's going into effect July 1 says that HOAs are prohibited from preventing somebody who's operating a vehicle that has signage on it from being able to park in the neighborhood.
That's a big problem, and it has been for years with these things, right?
Yeah.
They don't want you bringing home your truck from work, whether it be your cable truck or your AC truck, and parking it in your driveway or near your property, right?
Right. So historically, these associations have barred you from being able to park any vehicle with any kind of signage for commercial purpose anywhere within the HOA. So it wasn't just your parking.
It was
your
anywhere
driveway.
in the neighborhood.
Anywhere within the neighborhood, right? And that was part of their deed restrictions. And so now the new law says these associations can't bar you from doing that in your driveway. And so that's one big thing.
Now, let me ask.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are there caveats there? In other words, if I live in a nice neighborhood, let's say the average cost of a house in this neighborhood was like $500,000, right? Maybe $500,000 to $700,000 or whatever the case may be, right? I mean, you can even do this from $350,000 and up. It doesn't really matter. Does that count for semi-tractor trailers? In other words, if I bring my semi-truck and it's got a magnet of my company on there, but I can fit it in my driveway, is that still fine?
So it says, which is not a commercial vehicle as defined by 320.01. So if I go to 320.01, you're probably right. It's probably more than one axle.
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, it's got to be an axle restriction for sure. You don't want that to happen. And, I don't care how liberal you are when it comes to where you live or whatever. The last thing you want to do is live next to a guy who's got his tractor trailer parked in the driveway, 6, 7, 8 days a month.
Yeah, so it looks like it does not include any tractor trailer.
So we're talking about like service vans and trucks or cars, Bright House, whatever the case may be.
Right, exactly. So
your Truly Nolan little rat VW, all those things.
Do those still exist? I haven't seen those in a while.
I haven't seen one either.
So they can't do that anymore. And it also applies, though, to guests of the homeowner, right? So if I live at a house and I have a Jimmy wants to come over and park his big party bus with, I guess maybe not party bus, party van in the driveway with his signage on it, you can do that as well.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And why this is really important, really interesting to me, though, is as I speak right now, 44% of the Florida population says or lives in one of these deed-restricted communities. You know what the law doesn't have?
What?
Retroactive application.
Oh, wow, really?
So.
Oh, no.
The dispute, though.
That's no good.
So the dispute is, all these people are thinking, yay, my legislature is helping me out.
Right. No, they're really not.
The problem with statutory construction is if it doesn't specifically say that it's retroactively applied, It's not. It's only prospectively applied.
Wow.
So that now there's a new legal question.
Wow.
Which is going to have to be determined by the courts.
How does that slip through? How, with all the attorneys that are glowing over this thing and all the people and all the legislators that have to look at stuff like this, and they want to make it almost bulletproof so they can show, hey, look, we're really working our ass. How does that ever make it through? How does something seemingly so simple and obvious make it through all of those people before it's looked at again and becomes yet another problem?
So in politics, one hand washes the other.
Yeah.
And so I'm assuming the way they got some kind of bipartisan support, because this had bipartisan support in the Florida legislature, is they probably said, hey, we're going to do this. It's going to be pretty expansive, but it's only going to apply to associations and deed restricted communities developed after July 1st of 2024. I will say this, it wasn't so clear in the legislative history on whether or not there was ever even a discussion about retroactive application. I will say that just recently in a trial we had, the conversation about statutory interpretation came up and about whether or not there was retroactive application to the law. So I would say that while it is kind of a foundation of the law, it is something that sometimes does get overlooked.
Yeah, because, you think about this. If they retro it, do they have to attack each HOA separately, or is there one governing body that handles all HOAs in the state?
Well, so HOAs are governed by Florida Administrative Code. And, but really...
So what I'm saying is they could do it if they wanted to.
Yeah, but what we're really talking about is the enforceability of these provisions, right? And so, let's say I live in a deed restricted community, and I have... Jimmy's party bus out front. It's awesome. It's got all the lights, and it's a good time.
All the lights. Yeah, it's got all the lights.
2 stripper poles.
It's got lights. It's got
I was gonna say the poles, but I didn't want to go there.
Brand new tape deck.
Vinyl.
Yeah. Coaxials.
So we have it out there, and they then try to enforce the association docs against me, right? So they say, hey, your van is in violation of our community bylaws, and you need to remove it, or
within 24 hours or
you're
whatever.
Going to pay a fine.
Right, yeah.
And so I say, well, go pound sand. I'm not going to do anything.
See in court.
The party van stays, and then they force it in court, right? And so what we're really talking about isn't so much every HOA has to amend their bylaws, because these things happen. Law changes all the time. The one I'm expecting to happen in the near future is these weather-resistant yard landscapes. That's going to happen at some point in the state of Florida.
Yeah, yeah.
It hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, you mean the watering issue where you can have sod or anything like that?
Right.
Yeah, I think we've talked about that a number of times.
Florida-scapes.
Yeah, that's just down the road.
It's not far.
Yeah.
The only surprise is I've been betting on this now for like a decade, and it still hasn't happened, but it's going to happen soon.
Keep pushing your chips in.
I am.
You'll hit.
Yeah.
You know what you're going to be able to do with that? You're going to park your flying car right in the middle of it.
I hope
because
not.
it's like the same thing, the flying car, right?
I'm concerned about people's driving as it is. Flying cars is even more concerning. So that's what we're really talking about. So these associations wouldn't have to amend their bylaws, but the question is about whether or not there's a retroactive application. And so, my legal opinion is there is none. And so therefore, if you live in an association right now that prohibits commercial vehicles, they're allowed to do that. Now,
you probably need to abide by that, because here's the thing. If it is set to a July 1st start date, you wouldn't even be able to argue that, and you wouldn't be able to use any new law as precedent.
Correct. Yeah. So, one, don't violate the law until after July 1st in your association.
Noted.
Because
that's great advice, Mr. Attorney.
Just because the law is passed and it's not effective yet, you can't go ahead. But number two, there's an argument to be made as to the enforceability of this provision, right? Saying that it's against public policy, but the reality is, if there's no retroactive application in the statute, it's presumed to be read in a way where the legislature intended on allowing your association to have these rules, and that it's only going to apply to associations that are developed and created after July 1st.
Why don't they handcuff them a little bit and stop making it so easy to put a lien on someone's house? Why don't they do that? That's the thing that kills me the most. Is when you have that tool, when you have that weapon, like when we started fighting Native Americans, and they're like, "Wow, you got guns?" Yeah, these arrows don't seem to be as effective, and it seems like that's the same thing. Like if you're an HOA and you can hover over my head the idea that I can stop the sale of your home and the profitability of your equity because you didn't cut your grass enough.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a little too much power. I mean, that's in my opinion, there should be more stages of argument until you get to that point.
There's only one place to watch.
And there's only one place to find that out. It's right here at Real Radio.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, it just seems like that should be more difficult for Tom and Joe, who are doing the HOA thing as a part-time gig,
Right.
Yeah.
to be able to stop your life in a flash because you didn't park your car right. That seems like a ridiculous amount of power for relatively common people in the neighborhood to have.
There's actually a woman right now who is dealing with her HOA who continues to fine her over a 20-cent mistake.
What's the 20-cent mistake?
She underpaid something by 20 cents.
Oh, okay.
And then they've continued to fine her.
Yeah, so a couple things. One, I've had that case, right, where, hey, you put a check for $400.28. It's supposed to be $400.48. And then they start tacking on attorney's fees, interest, late fees. And they're like, wait a second, I got to pay $500 more because I paid 20 cents less. And then, one person with the HOA says, oh, we'll go on a payment plan with you. Nothing's in writing. So they start paying extra $100 here, extra $100 there.
Yeah.
They still don't pay it again. Another month rolls by. Another $500 gets tacked on because the lawyer sends another letter. It's kind of a crock.
It really is. I'll be honest with you. The idea of a lien on your house should be considerably more difficult to achieve. Like that should be, because as I see it, like the homeowners association goes, well, they violated this rule. They painted their mailbox a color that isn't in our swath.
Right.
So therefore, we're fining you $10 a day until you change it. Right. Well, that's accruing every day. What if I decide to argue that? What if I decide to go and I go, you know what, guys, let's take this to court. I want a judge to decide this. That seems like it's more favorable for me. And they go, no, we don't want to do that. We're just going to put a lien on your house because we don't have to do that.
Right.
We don't have to go to court to argue because you signed the HOA. You live in this neighborhood. I ain't got to do nothing for you. I immediately have the ability to wield this incredible amount of power and change the way that you can move your life around the country that you live in and pay taxes in.
And you paid for the property too, by the way.
And you paid for the property, and you paid for everything else, and now because you don't like the color of my mailbox, you're going to start this, and now here's the thing. I don't have an argument there. Like, I can't go to the HOA and argue to them because if they're all like-minded, and they're going, look, man, it's purple. It clearly says these are the 5 colors you can choose from. I don't have an argument. They can immediately just lien my house, and I just got to deal with it.
Well, and you do have the right, obviously to initiate your own court action.
Right, and then have to pay attorney's fees.
And you got to pay attorney's fees.
And now with the new law there, you can't even guarantee that would be put on the HOA to pay,
right.
because you have to now prove that you're more than 50% right for them to get the 100% of that.
Right.
So now you're even gambling, taking them to court on money that you shouldn't even owe them. Yeah.
No, what's interesting with this story, I think for a lot of people, it's the unwillingness to even have a conversation.
Right,
it's the
exactly.
heavy-handed kind of, you just go right to the end before you do anything else. In this particular case, Carolyn Babcock, right, says she'd been married to her husband for 64 years. He always handled the bills. However, last year he went into a nursing home. Reminded her, don't forget to write the check for the HOA association fees. When she realized that she was short, she walked down to the office with 2 dimes and a nickel, and they wouldn't take it.
Yeah.
Wow.
And now she's facing over $90 in fees because they keep charging her no matter how many times she's called and tried to talk with people. They don't want to hear it. They just want to charge her,
And they have because it's contractual,
Right.
and it's clearly in black and white, because what they would say is like, you didn't have to move in here if you don't like the rules, right?
Right. Well, I've got a case right now. My client house was impacted by, I think it was Hurricane Michael.
Ian from last year?
Ian, yeah. And there was some damage to the property that was done. And the state of Florida and the insurance companies were supposed to come in and repair the house. And they're behind. And there's no checks.
It's a year later.
And the association is now trying to foreclose a lien because
There you go.
And
There you
so
go.
I met this poor guy at the courthouse. I'm representing him pro bono.
Good for you, buddy.
And trying to get the association to do the right thing here, while also trying to get the insurance companies in the state of Florida to do the right thing.
And
it's
it doesn't
not easy.
Good luck with
and
that.
look, here's the thing. like I've said, Code Black ran his association and it was the greatest. I mean, you ask anybody that lives in Code Black's neighborhood, they would have voted him in life. They would have made him neighborhood dictator easily because he took the money and did fun stuff.
Yeah.
He took the money and he beautified the neighborhood. He threw parties for the neighborhood. They loved it when he ran it because he wasn't that guy. There is a guy in that neighborhood that was on the board, but Sean would continually overrule him on how the money was supposed to be spent. And we know that all people who are part of homeowners associations aren't bad people, but there seems to be a certain ilk of person that wants to be in that position.
Yeah, they're called Karens.
Yeah, they hold their hands up and they volunteer to be part of this because they love that idea.
Having some power.
They're powerless elsewhere in their life, and this just basically empowers them a little bit to have a little swag. And man, when they realize what kind of definitive power they have in those communities, it can just get harrowing, man.
Yeah.
And if you get somebody on your bad side that's on one of those boards, look out.
Well, that happens from time to time too. And I mean, your only options at that point are one, you vote or you run against that person and you get a new board member on board that hopefully he's not going to treat you that way. Or two, you move.
Yeah. The old neighborhood I just moved out of, buddy, they couldn't find anybody to be a part of it. Nobody wanted to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to hear the bitching and complaining. Nobody wanted to be proactive. Nobody wanted to deal with it. I mean, nobody. I mean, there were 200 residents in this neighborhood. People have done okay for themselves.
Right.
And, had the ability to run a business like an HOA in their part-time.
Right.
And nobody wanted to get close to it. Nobody wanted to deal with the letters. Nobody wanted to deal with the complaining because there are people in the neighborhood that are just disruptors. And that's what HOAs are for. And unfortunately, you have to kind of wipe those disruptors out to let them kind of know what they're going to be looking at if they decide to be an ass.
One of these stories real quick that we did last week while you were out was a Pinellas County HOA that wants to fully fund their resources. And so every homeowner was told to come up with a mere $60,000 by October.
No big deal.
And that just happened to somebody down in South Florida where they had to come up with like $20K because they decided to kind of take on the insurance aspect of themselves or something like that. The capital, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, 407-916-1041. Back in a sec. We'll get out of here on a Monday. A little bit more with Ray Trenley as well.
Real Radio is on X at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Cool Today Weather Center, cooltoday.com.
What's going on, Central Florida? Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Bergen here. We have finally placed ourselves in the rainy season. It is here, 90 to 95 each day. Afternoon showers and storms scattered, numerous. Now, the location and direction of which will vary day to day based on the winds in the atmosphere. Tuesday, Wednesday, the storms will be right across Orlando and Central Florida. By the end of the week, the chances will move more towards the East Coast each afternoon and evening.
This report is sponsored by ePass. Want to save on tolls? Choose ePass. Only ePass offers toll discounts and a free toll sticker. Plus, you'll always pay the lowest toll rate on all Florida toll roads. Visit GetEPass.com to sign up today. That's GetEPass.com. Choose ePass.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most: attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day. But when we're driving, cooking, and working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, runny nose, postnasal drip, interrupted sleeping. I was groggy at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion were making Jana miserable. Then, a friend recommended Navage. Navage provides immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Navage helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
Navage gave me instant relief. I didn't have to wait 30 minutes. I didn't have to wait an hour, 90 minutes. I didn't have to wait a minute. I ran the rinse and I felt better.
Stop suffering from congestion and start breathing and feeling your best again with Navage. Navage.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Homeowners, are you dreaming of financial freedom? Welcome to EasyKnock, your home equity converted into cash effortlessly. Convert the value of your home without the hassle of lender qualifications. That's right, no credit score or debt-to-income requirements. Just the money you need when you need it. Sell your house to EasyKnock for 100% fair market value and then rent it back, getting the cash and flexibility you need. That's right, 100% of fair market value, and you get to stay where you are. No moving boxes, no goodbyes to neighbors, just the home you love with the financial freedom you've always dreamed of. No leaving behind your cherished memories, no moving headaches. With EasyKnock, you keep living in the home you love. Why wait? Join thousands of EasyKnock satisfied customers nationwide who've converted their equity into opportunity. Visit EasyKnock.com today and step into a brighter, financially secure tomorrow. Terms and conditions apply. EasyKnock sale leaseback products are not available in Massachusetts and select states and markets. Purchase price includes a mix of cash and an option.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change-outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing, it's the sheet. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the sheet. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the sheet. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the sheet.
Despite your father's orders, he hoisted you onto the saddle and you wrapped your arms around him, embracing his silent strength. He lay you down amongst the wildflowers. You experienced love like never before while you were buying dish soap. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover heart-stopping romance titles on Audible.
Look ahead with the team at TK Law to plan your family's future. Visit OneFirmForLife.com.
Stay tuned to the Jim Colbert Show as we demonstrate our attitude of gratitude. Our thank you segment is sponsored by Life Imaging FLA. Now open. Call pound 250 keyword heart scan. You can watch radio being made on a daily basis at Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us easily at 77031. Back with our buddy Ray Trenley, TK Law, One Firm for Life. His offices are right there in Altamont Springs. Handles a lot of different disciplines. Yeah, it's kind of a unique firm.
We try to do things a little bit differently.
Yeah. Real estate, trip and fall, estate planning, pretty much anything that could require the professional attorney's opinion. You guys have someone in house, or at least know someone that can do that for you.
We do.
That's what makes it so unique. Again, that's TK Law, OneFirmForLife.com. There you go. See, coming up tomorrow, we have...
we still need a something for you for What'd You Do That's New.
Oh, that's right.
So you'll have to text it to us.
I will. I'll have to do it. I think I have something ready to go for you guys.
Cool.
So
tonight or tomorrow morning?
We'll have to do it. So I'll send it to you tonight.
Okay.
And then, of course, we'll have Scott on, Scott Brown from Edgewater Family Wealth for It's Only Money. He also does Melf as well. Are you waiting for me to do that so you can see if it's going to fire or not? All right, let's do Your Ear first.
It's time for You Heard It Here First on the Jim Colbert Show.
So far, so good, Jack. Yeah, Hunter Biden wants a new trial. After his gun conviction, the president's son submitted his motion today. He previously submitted an appeal in a Delaware federal court last week, then quickly withdrew it without any explanation. Hunter was found guilty for unlawfully purchasing a gun while addicted to drugs. He faces up to 25 years in prison when he's sentenced.
Probably won't hear anything about that Thursday.
Yeah.
That is going to be a hoot.
All right, a surfing icon has died after a shark attack in Hawaii.
that.
Yeah, Tamayo Perry was attacked Sunday off Oahu. Kurt Lager is the acting ocean safety chief.
Loved by all. He's well known on the North Shore. He's a professional surfer, known worldwide around the world. Tamayo's personality was infectious, and as much as people loved him, he loved everyone else more.
Yeah, the 49-year-old's body was found near a beach missing an arm and a leg. First responders attempted to resuscitate him, but it was no use. Perry had also worked as an actor, appearing in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, Blue Crush, Lost, and a number of other productions.
Yeah, that dude was beloved, by the way.
A lot,
I
yeah.
mean, you can tell by the outpouring of love on social this morning about that dude.
And the story went everywhere. Everybody was carrying it. And then finally, Jack, we know, is our resident Olympics lover and has been talking about watching a lot of the qualifyings. Tonight may be no different because a 16-year-old runner has the chance to earn a trip to Paris for the Summer Olympics tonight. Maryland high school student Quincy Wilson qualified for the 400-meter finals at the Olympic trials in Eugene, Oregon over the weekend. Yesterday, he broke his own under-18 record in the semifinals with a time of 44.59 seconds. That time was good enough to finish with the fourth best time overall and advance to the final, which is set for 9:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. A top three finish in that final would mean Wilson would indeed make the Olympic team.
Unbelievable. Cool.
That would be very cool. And you heard it here first on the Jim Colbert Show.
Thanks, Deb. Appreciate that very much.
You got it.
It's interesting because I know that Sha'Carri made it through. She's going to be in. All the swimmers, Katie Ledecky and some other, the swimmers went through. And I know that we are going to have an Olympic update. Jack's going to do one every single day. He's the biggest Olympics fan I've ever met in my entire life.
Ever.
So I know that we're going to do that so that you won't have to. I mean, we want you to watch the Olympics for sure, but if you do happen to miss them, every single day on the Jim Colbert Show, we will have an update for the Olympics and what happened the day before.
But no spoilers in that update, right, Jack? There will be no spoilers.
Never.
Yeah.
And I'm adding a new feature this year.
Which is?
Jack's Olympic snacks.
Ooh.
what
you're eating while you're watching?
Yeah.
I love it,
We know
dude.
what it's going to be, pretzels.
Oh, yeah. How many days is it? Because I got to make you a couple things.
Oh, it's a couple weeks. I am on board.
I'm going to make you an Olympic snack. That's exactly what I'm going to do. At least one. I'll give you one, my God.
Okay.
Ray,
Ray's also hungry around this time.
Exactly.
I saw Ray slowly turn his head toward me like,
Hello.
All right, Deb, who do we have to thank today?
Well, speaking of Ray, we want to kick off our thank you list by thanking the friendliest attorney in all of Orlando, friendly attorney Ray Trendley from TK Law.
I love him because he hates to lose.
OneFirmForLife.com.
I love
and
that.
yet he's so sweet, right? He doesn't poison his personality at all. Also want to thank Brandon Kravitz from our sister station, 96.9 The Game. And last but never least, Sam Bowen and Candace Rich for running that YouTube chat.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We appreciate that very much. Chat question of the day? Oh.
Not today.
Not today.
Poor Jack.
Here's the question of the day. Will the station run for the next 20 minutes?
Will our engineer be able to leave before midnight?
Yeah. I've got a smoke alarm with a bad battery that runs better than this place. I mean, this thing is running like crazy today. Ray, is always good seeing you, buddy.
I appreciate you guys.
Again, that's Ray Trendley, OneFirmForLife.com. That's where you go to find him online. It's TK Law is the name of the firm. You can find them up in Altamont Springs. That's where their offices are. Let's get the hell out of here, Jackson.
Let's do it.
Big day tomorrow, like Deb said. We have What'd You Do That's New, My Choice. I'll tell the guys what that is today. And then, of course, we'll talk to Scott Brown from Edgewater Family Wealth tomorrow as well. All that stretching so the music can play.
A lot of stretching today.
All right, let's get out of here.
Stretching.
Ray, again, good seeing you, buddy.
Welcome back.
All right. On behalf of Deb, Jack, and Ray, I am Jim. We follow the News Junkie. They follow the monsters in the morning after us. It's Tom and Dan with the Corporate Time and our friends from Real Laughs. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 for more of the Jim Colbert Show. Until then, have yourself a fantastic Monday evening.
Bye.
But I still love you.
A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan is coming up next on Real Radio 104.1.
Still looking at heavy traffic on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area for those traveling east and westbound on the interstate between Osceola Parkway and 535 and between the Greenway exit and the 429. No problems to report north or southbound on Florida's Turnpike. Traffic is up to speed east and westbound on the 408. If you see any problems on the roadways today, make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Mecum Auctions. Mecum Auctions returns to Osceola Heritage Park July 10th to the 13th with 1,500 American muscle cars, classics, Corvettes, trucks, exotics, customs, and more. Register to bid and buy spectator tickets at Mecum.com. That's Mecum.com.
When you call me for an injury case, you don't pay a dime unless we win. The call and the advice are always free. Injured on the go, just call Mo. 866-CALL-MO. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorneys.
For more information about contests on this station, go to realradio.fm/rules.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Reduce your impact on the environment this fall by packing a waste-free lunch for school or work. Avoid foods with excessive packaging. Use reusable cutlery, napkins, cups, bags, and containers, and recycle or compost any waste when possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at AbacusPays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at AbacusPays.com.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life. In Office Orlando.
MD Hearing just made their Neo rechargeable digital hearing aids only $297 a pair. That's over 90% less than clinic hearing aids. The Neo actually fits inside your ear. No one will even know it's there. Get the hearing you deserve with MD Hearing. Go to shopmdhearing.com and use promo code RUST to get their new $297 when you buy a pair offer. Plus, they're adding in a free extra charging case. That's a $100 value just for listeners of the Monsters of the Morning. That's mdhearing.com and use promo code RUST and get their new $297 when you buy a pair offer.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help that often requires only simple maintenance. However, if left untreated, could lead to costly repairs. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello from A1 Garage Door Service. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. If your garage door is noisy, if bugs are getting in, or if it struggles to open, your garage door is in need of repair. From simple repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one. We fix garage doors fast and with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Our springs, rollers, and openers are tested by running them up and down, open and closed, all day, 24/7, so you can feel confident with every A1 garage door repair. Replacing the bottom rubber on your garage door can have a huge impact on the number of bugs you see in your garage and in your home. Keep those creepy crawlers outside by calling A1 Garage Door Service today and receive the best service, best parts, and best warranty in the industry.
A1Garage.com, A1 from day one.
Call today and take advantage of our $29.95 tune-up special.
I'm Katie. I was in a bad car accident. I woke up in the hospital 6 weeks later. My husband called attorney Glenn Klotzman. I met with Glenn. He said he would take care of everything, just keep healing. I feel blessed he was there to help. I'm doing well. I'm so thankful Glenn Klotzman was there for us. The results he got for us were way more than expected. He's more than an attorney. He's a friend. Call him at 407-917-1718. KLAUSMAN law.com. Office Winter Park.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-511-3535. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider, 800-511-3535. That's 800-511-3535. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-511-3535.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you matter. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM, Cocoa Beach, Orlando, an iHeart radio station, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan is brought to you by our friends at Gringos Locos. They have the best tacos in town, and you're going to love them. Go to gringoslocos.com.
And Modern Plumbing Industries, 10% off if you mention Tom and Dan. That's modernpi.com.
Now, enjoy the show.
Live from the Injured on the Go Just Call Mo studio.
It's a blast!
It's Orlando's own Tom and Dan.
Ground floor, lobby, going up.
Hey, I've got 2 firework Gatling guns in the bathroom, so just don't touch them because they're loaded and they're ready to go.
They're spinning and they're making a noise.
Yeah.
Are they armed?
No. Well, they need batteries, but just don't touch them because they'll go crazy.
69th floor, penthouse, corporate offices, studio.
It's a corporate time with Tom and Dan.
Top 9 on a corporate time with Tom and Dan. Tom and Dan welcome Craig from Pyro Spot Fireworks. IWantFireworks.com. And here they are, the Kinks and Fountain of Radio, Tom and